we go. Sorry. I forgot. Sometimes when I'm in the starting soon screen, because the starting soon screen has my mic audio attached to it, so sometimes I mute my mic, and then sometimes I mute this. I mute OBS. But today, for some reason, I did both. So I unmuted my mic, but I didn't unmute in OBS. No, he is not a frog, he is a dragon. Also, I just said hello to everyone. Hello Wicked, hello Puppet, hello Never, hello Kakashi, and hello Igor. Welcome in, everyone. How are we doing today? Today is going to be a bit more of a chill stream. And we're gonna do some productivity. So, sorry. The reason for that is because this week is going to be mega busy for me. Mega busy. So, yeah. Hello. Yeah, this week is gonna be really busy for me. As it probably is gonna be for all of you, but tomorrow I am going to be at my grandparents' house helping her, oh my god, I have the hiccups, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be at my grandparents' house, helping prepare for Christmas. Then I have to go out and grab some last minute gifts that I ordered online. And then the next day will be a 12-hour Christmas, like 12 hours of COWFIE-MAS stream. And then Christmas Day is the Throne Gift and Pokemon card opening stream. And obviously Christmas with the family, so it's like, yeah, there's a lot of big streams happening this week. And I'm just, oh my gosh. Hi Anton. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I thought today might be a good day to just do something a little bit more relaxing. I'm gonna be doing some writing, and being productive. If you guys want to be productive too, then you can as well. I also have words on stream that we can begin for you guys as well. What's this game? It's words on stream. It should work. I connected it to my YouTube. It does have a YouTube option, so I'm hoping that it works. But basically a word will pop, a bunch of letters will pop up, and then you just have to type words in chat, and then it should theoretically work here. But let me just see. So for example, conch. Question mark? Do I have to be on YouTube and not in OBS maybe? I did connect it to my YouTube. Hold on a second. Oh my god, what a day to go live. I'm like, got the worst throat issues right now. Alright. Give me my chat. Conch. It's not working. No, I connected it to my YouTube. What? Hold on. That's so weird. Wait. No, it doesn't want to work. Oh, that ruins a lot of stuff. I like signed in on YouTube. Why? Why don't you want to work? Please, I want my chat to play words. For streamers on YouTube. That's what I want to do. On YouTube. Oh no. Hold on, let me try again. YouTube. Maybe I have to do it now that I'm live? I don't know. Imagine grinding away at a speedrun and constantly flubbing everywhere. Couldn't be me. Oh no. I hope it's going well at least. Alright, let's try again. Okay. So, rage? I don't get it. I don't. How are we supposed to... It's connected. Ah! Never mind. Fucking hell. Don't worry about it. God. That's so frustrating. I feel like... Oh, man. Now I really am gonna rage. Hi, Chica. We still have 8 more days, quote unquote. Yeah, until the end of the year. Yeah, we've still got a few days left. A few days. Let's see. What can I do for you guys? I'm trying to think of what we can do for you guys. Speedrun thing? Oh! Well, it just so happens that the end of the year is also in like 8 days, so... Well, I hope your speedrun goes well and you can finish it before the end of the year. What do you reckon? I was hoping it would work because it said it has a it has the YouTube option, but maybe. I don't know. I mean, if you guys have stuff to work on, we can work on it together, but I was really hoping to have something for those who might have just wanted to hang out and stream. I'm not here for the Scrabble. Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, no, I mostly just wanted it there so that people had something to do if they weren't necessarily interested in, if they weren't exactly interested in, because I'm gonna be writing, so I'm gonna be working on my novel and stuff like that, so it was supposed to be like a little productivity where we all be productive together and all that good stuff. But hi, Super. Our runs are going alright. We just need to clean up our first 2 splits to be 100% instead of just 97 odd percent, as well as gain an extra second in execution. Everything after that is solid. Oh, is it some kind of wiki walk game that's easily accessible, like start off one place? I don't know what the heck wiki walk is. What is a wiki walk? Let's see. What if I just play YouTube videos for you guys? I can work with YouTube on in the background. I mean, my streams never get monetized anyways, so. Honestly, nothing gets monetized. It's so hard to be monetized on YouTube, actually. It's really crazy, to be honest. When I start taking YouTube more seriously, when I rebrand, I'm gonna have to be so careful about I'm gonna have to be so careful about that stuff. It's gonna be crazy. A wiki walk is basically the whole bit of going on Wikipedia or sometimes TV tropes and accidentally ending up somewhere you had no clue. Oh, well, the thing is I'm writing. It's a productivity stream. I'm writing. I'm not actually like playing anything. That was more so for you guys to play. Like, words on stream is for chat. But for some reason it wasn't working. The Mediterranean and discovering the propagation of pasta types after doing... Yeah, no, I get what you mean now. I've done that before. I have done that before. No, it was mostly something to keep you guys occupied because I'm gonna be doing my own thing. Be nodding off soon on EST? No, don't apologize. Get all the rest you need. That's totally okay. I found this cool video. It's like, I don't know if you guys will like it though. I found this cool video. It's learn character design like a AAA game artist right now, but it looks cool.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Bobby Rebholz. I am a concept artist for the games and film industry. My specialty is characters and creatures. So in front of me, you'll see a smaller sketchbook that I have so you can see both pages. It's got thumbnails on the left, refinement on the right. All right, so what is today's lesson? Today's lesson is specifically diving into character design exploration,
this could be
which
fun.
Is a creative journey everyone should take at least once, even if you don't like characters. Okay, so let me give you a little backstory of what it actually is.
Okay.
And maybe
I'm gonna get to writing now.
Grab a sketchbook along with me.
You
can start scribbling with me.
Draw. Be productive.
This is so
Clean
much
your
fun
room.
to do because character exploration
to
goes into video games, goes into commercial work, visual effects, movies, you name it. All right, it's the process of digging deep into a character's personality, backstory, persona, and you want to create a very rich and believable character. It's an essential part of the creative process that can make all the difference. All right, so what am I doing here? This is something that a lot of beginner artists simply don't do, and that is creating thumbnails. Now, the one thing that I want you to give yourself permission to do and is scribbling. So you'll notice here that I'm scribbling a bunch of shapes while sketching a humanoid form in there. Now, I don't have a set brief. I'm keeping this totally organic, totally as if I had no prior knowledge of what I'm going to be drawing. I just woke up one day and here I am wanting to design a cool character for my portfolio. And that is just, you know, the part of the scribbling process where you don't have a backstory yet. Now, eventually you will have to have a backstory because a lot of times portfolios fail due to the characters in there and the creatures and whatever you're making just not being believable. They don't have any reason to exist. So whatever character I decide to refine today, because over here is going to be my refinement, I'm going to give it a little backstory just to try to breathe some life into it. All right. I think I'm kind of influenced by the latest Mortal Kombat trailer I saw. I love Mortal Kombat. I grew up on Mortal Kombat. You know, I don't play it nearly as much as I used to when I was growing up and I was a teen, but I was kind of a nerd in that I would print out all of the fatalities and all the combos and stuff, and I would bring it to the arcade in a little trapper, like a little binder. Yeah, I was that guy. I was that kid. I should say kid, not guy. I was that kid, and I would learn all the combos. I get frustrated when I didn't, you know, perform well, but all of a sudden I started beating everybody. And then I transitioned to Tekken.
Hell yeah.
But what I'm doing here is I'm just exploring a fun little silhouette. Now, I mean, the proportions are actually not good. But it's my first drawing on here. So each one,
I
think it looks kind of
nice.
About it. So we're going to label that number one. If you are an aspiring character artist, wanting to get into this industry or just to be able to create this stuff in general, I know that there's a tendency to try to put down exactly what's in your head on paper. which is admirable. The problem with that is that we take it literally. We draw what we see in our head, and it ends up not being good because our imagination, as wild as it may be, just from being human, we got problems. Okay, we got problems with the way we see things, and most of our concepts that we have in our artwork stems from things that we've seen in real life, be it skewed, be it a dream, or whatever. So this is why you need to take what you have on paper, or in your head, I'm sorry. Sketch it down on paper, or digitally if you're doing it in Photoshop. And you want to refine it into something workable, something believable. Okay. We're faced with a lot of challenges too. I mean, we'll get stuck in a rut, we'll feel like we're not good enough. But the truth is, every artist struggles with these same issues. Okay, so if you're going through 30 or 40 of these thumbnails, that's okay. 50 thumbnails, 60 thumbnails. These little humanoid sketches I'm doing right here, I could do these all day. I'd probably have 500 by 5 p.m. today. Maybe even more, I don't know.
That's crazy.
I'd probably get a little burnt out. I'd need a break, go grab a snack or something, but you know, part of the joy of thumbnail sketching is that each new one gives you a sense of what could exist. Like this fella right here, it looks kind of like a clown mixed with parachute pants. I don't know. I don't know what I'm drawing.
Right.
I think that's the beauty of it. I don't know what I'm drawing. I don't know what I'm going to end up with, but I'm going to number all of them. And hopefully, by the end of this, I'm going to have something admirable on the right side of my sketchbook. You know what? Why don't we just give it a giant forearm weapon? Why not? It could be a big killer clown from outer space with a forearm weapon and parachute pants. Is it nice? Probably not. But you'll notice that like over here and over here, even if these are really cruddy thumbnails, it's probably a good idea to put an emphasis on the head, even when it's at this stage. Because I want you to get in the habit of bringing in the personality and the character of it. When you put more details in the face, it kind of allows you to concentrate and look into the eyes of whatever you're sketching.
You don't need big veins
Put some little buttons going on there. I'm probably also heavily influenced by the Terrifier movies when I'm drawing this clown here. I love Art the Clown. I think he's one of the coolest characters ever. I was never afraid of clowns when I was little. I don't know. Those of you that were afraid of clowns and still are, like as a kid or now as an adult, comment below and tell me what frightened you about clowns. I would love to hear your reasoning behind it. They are kind of creepy. I mean, if you're exposed to clowns at a young age with them not being creepy, then that's probably going to stay with you. But if they scared you as a kid, then they're probably always going to scare you. I have no idea what's happening with that. Probably put some little indications of shadow under there. So like I'm darkening off the points where
This
probably
guy's
an
cool, I
armpit
like him.
would be, or a shadow. So you can see that even if you're viewing this from, you know, YouTube, the screen, you can still make out what's going on just by adding bits of shadow in here. There we go. Oh, by the way, I'm using a pen for thumbnails because the cleanliness of the lines coming from a ballpoint, it's impeccable. It's unmatched. You can sharpen graphite all you want. It's going to get dull again. I love graphite. I prefer graphite when drawing in general, but when it comes to thumbnails, these are so messy that you almost need the lines to be clean. Okay, so that's one, that's two. I don't know
that's
how many I'm
fair.
doing either, so let's just keep going. Okay, so let's do something with maybe like a
Hat.
big bulbous shape here.
Oh!
How do you actually do character design exploration? All right, so let's say you're watching me right now doing these drawings, trying to scribble. One technique is to create a mood board, actually. So I don't have a mood board with me, but a mood board is essentially you jump on Photoshop, or if you don't have Photoshop, you got Procreate, you got Krita, whatever you're using, even if you're just collecting images on your desktop. Okay, and you want to capture the essence and the character's personality and aesthetic. And the way to do that is to gather images that inspire you, both from character concept art that's existing in the world today via Google or Pinterest, Tumblr, whatever. I can't believe I even did that name drop, Tumblr. Is Tumblr still around? I don't know. I know Tumblr was always competing with Instagram and everything. But anyway, you're going to want to collect reference images, fabric swatches,
A year ago.
or even music
I
that
think
evokes
Tumblr
the
is
right
still
emotion.
around,
One of the
but
coolest
definitely
things
not like it used to be.
that helps me draw is whatever genre or subject matter that I'm drawing, I'll try to either listen to music like a soundtrack from a movie or watch something on the television in that same genre. So if I'm doing something, I mean, this thing right here kind of looks like something from Dune. So if I wanted to do a whole exploration sheet of characters that look like they could belong in the Dune world, I would put Dune on, probably 1 and 2. I haven't seen 2 yet, actually. Oh my gosh, I can't.
Oh my
believe I said
god.
that.
I just made the same spelling
Please
mistake
don't make fun
3
of me if I
times
have not
in
seen
a row.
the second Dune. I probably should.
But so decently sized,
There we
yeah.
go. Okay, so where was I?
I'm gonna put my mic closer to my
yeah,
keyboard so you
music.
can hear me
Another
typing.
method is to do a ton of sketching. This is what we're doing, folks.
And hopefully still hear me
Sketch,
talking a bit.
sketch, sketch, sketch. If this image right here was the first thing that I saw in my head, I'm going to keep going, and they're going to be different. That's the beauty of this. Because you have to give yourself a chance for exploration, so you don't have the same cookie cutter characters that everybody else does. Because like I stated in my previous videos, if you keep making what everybody else is doing, you're making stuff for everybody and nobody at the same time. Put your own voice into it. And that's how the scribbling happens. That's how these thumbnails come about. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Those of you that have seen the movie Fifth Element, with Bruce Willis and Mila Jovovich, there are these really cool, wobbling, kind of fat penguin-looking aliens in the beginning of the movie. Wonderful movie.
Ooh, that's kind of
Another
cool.
thing
I
about
like that idea.
character design when you're doing these thumbnail sheets is that you want to make sure that each new concept is different than the other one. This is what's going to make your selection process more unique in general and more fun. Because let's face it, I'm totally guilty of this. I will admit it. We tend to draw the same type of thing over and over again. So when you think outside of the box and you start thinking of new silhouettes that you can have, it not only does it help your motivation, which is that's my prior video to this. So I encourage you all to watch that one too if you're looking about motivations. What can help motivate you as an artist? Top 10 mistakes that artists make too. But when these silhouettes are unique, like this one, I really like this one. It tends to offer a way more enjoyable process when drawing.
That looks
The
so
other
cool.
cool thing about having neat silhouettes is that when you give this to somebody else and you see that they're excited, you know you did a good job. And we all want to get that recognition at some point in our lives as an artist. We want somebody to tell us, hey, you did a good job. Not your friends and family, because they'll lie to you. But, people that you don't even know. I really mean that. Like, it's like singing. You think you're a good singer, and then you get on a show like American Idol, and then you hear the truth. But it's just like, when you're trying to improve as an artist, I mean, yes, asking a loved one if you're good, that goes, you want the love of somebody, but it's better to ask somebody that doesn't know you so they can give you an unbiased opinion. Because unbiased opinions, in my humble opinion, will actually help you get better faster. Look how much time I've spent on this one. I always say, if you end up putting more detail on a specific drawing, like in thumbnail form, you probably should go with that one.
Yeah.
So this is number 3. I'm not going to land on number 3.
That looks so cool, though. That's a really
But
cool
I still
design.
have more exploration to do.
I like that a
Because
lot.
there's still some things that I don't even know what I'm drawing. Oh, geez. I
That's
guess
so unique.
most of you listening here have been in that predicament before. You just start drawing, you have no idea what's on the paper, and then you end up liking it. And then it turns into a masterpiece. Do you know why? Because you didn't come with something so pre-planned and memorized that if you fell off course, you ruined everything. It's like trying to memorize a speech if you're a public speaker. You're probably going to resonate with the crowd much, much easier if you just speak from the heart, because everybody can then relate to you. So if you just start inventing sketches like this, okay, I don't even have to refine anything. Like I've been saying in all of my videos, well, most of them, your sketchbook is your diary. Okay, your diary is something that not everybody has to see. I think I can squeeze in a fourth one.
Dragon Ball, really?
Let's try a different pose too. Maybe some of these can be human. Okay, like these, technically this one can be human, our evil clown. I don't know what to call it, but you know, maybe...
Because it's kind of like he's wearing an outfit.
Most of these will probably be humanoid. I'm indicating a little bit of a face right there, but I don't know how that's going to be. I'm just kind of squeezing them in here. Maybe this can be
a thin
like
figure.
a tall, slender...
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Ooh,
Give like
okay.
a Joker pose.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here, but let's see what happens. Kind of like in a spacesuit, some kind of retro futuristic city. Oh, got some knee pads on there. Thigh pads. Give it a little
That's cool.
black belt or some kind of belt, maybe a fanny pack. Oh yeah, futuristic amusement park goer from the suburbs. That's what it is. But we got to jack the socks up to the knee, tuck the shirt in unnecessarily, and then put New Balance shoes on it. And then that will be, no offense to anybody that does that. I'm going to get in so much trouble. Okay, different poses, different expressions. We haven't really gotten to expressions yet. We will, because once we find something that we actually like out of these, we'll do some expressions. So maybe this character is kind of holding up something.
He's like a cool
I
guy.
don't know, maybe like a piece of paper. Like, did everybody sign this?
Hi,
Is
Mobile.
everybody ready to go? Put some long hair on there. Maybe it's like this really cool cyborg teacher for a kindergarten class. Like, does everybody line up?
Aw, that's cute.
I don't know. We'll see. Costumes. You know, research is also a crucial part of the process. Okay, we have to research all the time. Whenever I'm given a new brief, like for character or creature or whatever, I'll spend half the day, if not the full day, just gathering reference. That's it. Just gathering images just to see if anything fits. There's number 4. Okay, reading books, watching movies, talking to people that can help you gain a deeper understanding of our character's world and motivations. So what I mean by motivations is why is this character even existing to begin with? And I've said it before with creatures too. And this is what I teach in my creature design workshop. I encourage you all to check out the pinned comment, because I have the creature design workshop Discord link in there, as well as the creature design workshop. I'm giving a big 25% discount for August and September. Those are my special summer month discounts for my workshop. We conduct it on our Discord. So if you're new to Discord, that probably deters a lot of people away if you've never done Discord before. It's super simple. It's free to join Discord. Just join it. There's a lot of like-minded artists on there. Our channel, Creature Design Workshop, just surpassed 2,000 members, and we're already heading to 2,500. It just keeps going. Got an influx of people every day wanting to learn how to draw, but mainly learning about creatures and characters.
This is an interesting
So much fun.
pose.
What in the world am I drawing? I don't know how that turned into some... Okay.
At first, I thought it was like a bar
Maybe
across his
this is the
shoulders, and his
torso.
arms
I
were gonna
totally
be
lost my
hanging.
train of thought.
His arms
was
were gonna be
trying to tell
hanging
you guys
over,
something
and now maybe
informative,
it's
and then
like
I
he's
drew
got
this thing
4 arms.
It looks like it belongs in the movie The Cell. I don't know.
Like, well, first
Okay.
I
Well,
thought
you know what?
like
Why don't we make this one super
here.
tall?
Can I click?
And then it's kind of.
Can you guys see my mouse? Hold on. Oh, okay, you can see my. So this here, I thought this was like a bar, and then the arms were like hanging over the bar. And then initially I thought these were gonna be legs, and he was gonna be in a really weird stance. And then I was like, okay, maybe it's gonna be like forearms, but now it looks like he's making really long legs. So this design is gonna be interesting.
Of like a gown. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so anyway, Creature Design Workshop, and then the Discord. We collect reference, we share pics of our studios, we post our personal work every single day. People comment, people help critique. We have an entire forum dedicated to just reference images. And our lovely new moderators have helped me curate that, so thank you all if you're listening right now. You're definitely welcome to join. If you want to sign up for my actual workshop, check out the link in the description. You can read testimonials. You can see student work. It's a lot of fun.
It's kind of giving me jellyfish
Too
vibes.
many joints for that arm? Probably. But I don't care. I don't even know. Oh, you know what? Let's make some robotic arms coming off of the head that should not exist up there. It's kind of like they elongated their neck on purpose, like some cultures do.
Ah.
It's beautiful to look at if done right. Look at that canopy. I'm really intrigued by this one. This offers a neat silhouette, something that I haven't done before. It's
Yeah.
insectoid, but also human. So I'm going to darken the under part of the arms and then the canopy part, because that'll indicate where shadow could exist on there. All right. So, gaining a deeper understanding of the characters that you're drawing. You know, those techniques that I was just mentioning about collecting references, fabric swatches, listening to music, movies, and stuff that helps you influence. You want to uncover hidden traits and desires that can make your characters feel more real and relatable. Have you ever seen those portfolio pieces where somebody specializes in character design and there's just something about the characters where you can't stop watching them and looking at them? You know, whenever I would see character work from Piotr Jablonski, this is probably my favorite artist now. His illustrations and character work for Dishonored, just absolutely amazing work. I'm always intrigued by the facial expressions that come from his creatures and his characters. Something very mysterious about it. Like, you can't quite read it, but you know it could be sinister. They could be laid back. It's just really cool stuff. But you definitely want to do that for your characters. There's no, and I want to give a little disclaimer here. Those of you that maybe are hesitant to becoming a creature artist or you're drawing along with me, there's no right way to do character work. Okay, please remember that. Well, there is, but not in the exploration form. Okay, when you start to refine these, yes, there is a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. Okay, I mean, anatomy is the first right way that you need to actually get correct, because if your anatomy's off, it's not going to be right. Even if your character is anthropomorphic or is humanoid but not human, okay, you still have to have believable anatomy. You can't just plop a bunch of lumps down and say, oh, there's Hulk, or there's a bodybuilder. No. Because studios and people know that a human shoulder does not have 15 lumps in it. Okay, so if you're doing lumps
Extra
for muscles,
muscle.
make sure that those lumps actually belong there. Like the tricep, bicep, you know, the brachialis muscles, all that stuff. All right. So character exploration, you know, it's all about.
I still
exploring
really
the
like that
unknown.
lumpy one, the big bulby one.
Probably
He's my favorite so
the
far.
most crucial part about the exploration process. You want to explore the unknown, and you want to make sure that the characters that you're making up can live and breathe, just like you can. Okay, so analyzing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's do several more. I'm probably going to do 8 because me being a neat freak when it comes to my artwork, I have to have a nice lineup. So that's going to be me. But I have to make sure that each one still looks different. So let's do something cool. I'm going to use a triangle. Why? I don't know why, but I think I can fit a good character silhouette in this. I might fail at this one, but it's okay. Remember, there's no right way to do character exploration. Also
There's
looks
no
like
wrong
something
way.
from Mario Brothers. If I do a Koopa, or one of those
That's
little
what I was
mushrooms,
thinking.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna start adding
It
some
just has
shapes on the
like,
side.
it just has like some
I'm
feet.
starting to see potential here. There we go.
I'm feeling.
Okay, maybe. Oh, you know what? Why don't we do like a little face up there? Ooh, that's creepy. And a little neck. And then a face looking on this side. And then a face looking on this side. Now we're getting into the Silent Hill / demonic realm with these characters.
Hey,
that
Nobby.
probably means
How
that
are you,
if this
Nobby?
character is looking directly at us,
Oh, come.
how is it going to stand? So maybe I'm going to have one of the resting legs kind of come up a little bit. So the pivot, or not the pivot leg, the resting leg right here, I'm going to give it a calf muscle. Okay, so I'm going to put the foot coming down here just for like the anchor.
It's got skinny
And then
legs.
this one is going to come slightly
Just fix my
toward us.
brakes? Yeah.
Kinda
How
like
is
a
you? I'm
casual
doing good.
walkthrough.
Yeah.
Maybe this is like a banshee or some kind of creature that's just walking through the woods and you happen to come across it and you wished you didn't. So this is a
We're doing a little
female.
productivity
She's
stream. I'm
barefoot.
working on my book, and we're watching a really fun video. That character
Maybe there's
design.
like some gross seaweed or some kind of, I don't know, what would you call that? Like moss or vines hanging from what appears to be a one-piece dress going all the way up to the neck. Oh, we're getting horrible now. Okay, so this is what's going on. We got this crazy robot. We have this killer clown. We
I didn't
have
fix them.
futuristic
I replaced
robot.
them, so
We
now
have
when I break my car doesn't
teacher.
shake. Oh, that's good.
We have, I don't know, something from Hellraiser. And then we have what could be something in a Mike Flanagan horror movie. I'm so glad Mike Flanagan is doing a new Exorcist. Oh, I'm so excited about that. Very, very, very excited about that. I remember seeing the Oculus. I mean, this was years ago. Oculus was a great movie. Okay. Okay, so another thing that can make this cool is by not giving her arms. So I'm just going to give an indication that there's some shape going on here. Okay, this is one of the beautiful things about a pen is you can see each individual shape. Or, I'm sorry, the line. And it doesn't really bleed into the other one. But you know what would be cool? What if there's a face
sorry, hold
right
on.
here? But it's not smiling. It's just like an open mouth with no arms. Maybe there's like lumps or some kind of indication like vines of something growing on the dress, and it could be arms. I'll just do like these asymmetrical spiky things poking off. We have ourselves a true entity. All right, cool. Let's darken that underneath the dress to give it a cool shadowy feel, like there's
Really need a shower?
thickness and roundness going
Covering
on
all
on the
kinds
other
of
side.
stuff?
There we
Ew.
go. That's cool.
Get showered.
And those of you drawing along with me, if you're drawing what I'm drawing, or if you're making stuff up like I am with character exploration and scribbling, make sure that you're numbering these. Okay, if you're in school right now, your teacher would probably appreciate you numbering your thumbnails, because you have to imagine yourself
Blocking our
displaying your
view?
work
What?
in front of a team.
I'm not blocking the
So
view.
they can make quick, informed decisions about what direction to go with. There we go. This is kind of like a hat and then more faces up there. So it looks like the face turned out to be in the middle of the body. I have no idea what those are. Those could be smaller heads. Yeah, I'm kind of freaked out right now. All right. Let's see what
I
else happens.
really
So we
like
have
the legs.
6 now, and I want 8. So let's do 8. Let's do something a little shorter.
Yeah, little guy.
Let's do
Do a little
something.
guy.
How about we can see a little bit of the eye here, maybe a little bit of the jaw and the chin. Okay, and then a long, well, no, not a long neck. Maybe something just super muscular,
Oh yeah.
like bulging shoulders. A strapping young lad. There we go. Maybe like a human and something else mixed with it. I'm gonna make sure that the head is big enough. So it kind of looks like this thing is wearing a mask, but it's really not. Just gotta get the abdomen in there, the chest, bicep, get some arms in there. So not everything's gonna be perfect, but you at least want to show that the muscle groups are existing. Okay, so you have to draw in that pec right there, put a little bit of shadow in, a little bit of the abdomen. Okay, and you want to think about the stance. Maybe this one, this character is resting on that front leg. Okay, it's always good to exaggerate the calf muscle, because when you exaggerate the calf muscle, it can a lot of times show that the character is pushing down and the weight is forcing the character to rest on that leg. Okay, you want to pivot that leg in. You know what? Maybe we can give him pants.
Yeah, pants.
Maybe.
Give him pants.
Does he have boots on? I don't know. Possibly. Yeah, why not? Okay. Let's just put some pants on him down there. Maybe he's got like a knife attached to his calf muscle right there. Got a cool little like cargo pouches right there. Just gonna darken that off. Got a tank top on. There we go. Am I drawing a G.I. Joe? I don't know what I'm drawing. Maybe he's just kind of chilling. Just like resting on the ground right here because he just killed a giant creature. I almost drew Gears of War going on there. Maybe there's like a big gun resting on the shoulder. Okay, and then we want to show the arm bent up to hold that gun like that. Big, strong lad. There we go. And give him a mohawk. That's kind of cool. So here's the thing about character exploration. I wouldn't have gotten to this point unless I had done these. So that's the beautiful thing about character exploration. You can do this
look
all
at
day.
him.
You do this all day and figure out what strikes your fancy. If you do 30 of them and you just don't like any of them, that's okay. Give yourself permission to
I'm
keep
still obsessed
exploring.
with that circle guy.
Remember, you're not doing this for anybody. I mean, you are if it's a client, but the client is also going to appreciate your exploration. Don't rush this stage. When you got your images, like from your mood board, you've done your research, you've read some books, you've read the brief, you've researched maybe the society that this character is from or the planet that it could exist on. That's good. That it will reflect in your work. And whatever image you had in your head of what this character could be, now you're going to see other possibilities of what, came of your head, because you're still inventing it. I always like answering that question. Did you just come up with this in your head? Like, yes, but I also did some exploring too. See, look at this. I'm going back to this creepy female entity because I think that she probably could be this
And do you
nasty
know
spirit
what?
that haunts.
For some reason, I imagine whatever they're wearing to be skin. I don't know why. When I look at this, I imagine it's wearing like this drape of skin, because maybe it doesn't truly have a body. Maybe it's like an amalgamation, because it's got these weird skinny legs, and then its face is like inside the dress. And for some reason, I'm feeling that the dress is made of skin. It's giving me that icky vibe, you know.
House or something. Ooh, you know what? Maybe. Oh, look at that. That was totally unintentional. The evil clown and this thing are probably related. Maybe they haunt the same thing. Maybe there's an amusement park, and these demonic entities hunt that, and they hunt, young folks that come in.
And
there.
you know what's so cool too is that just goes to show interpretation.
All right. Okay, so this is number 7. Thank you all for sticking with me too. Hopefully you're learning something. If you're drawing along with me, amazing. Okay, let's do something. Let's do something different again. But this time I'm going to do the front of the face. And I'm probably going to do another female. But maybe this time she could just be a little bit more normal. Okay, maybe she has her veil on. Maybe some 1700 style wedding dress. Got her corset. Okay, got her arms coming out like this. I'm not trying to make it scary. I just scribbled in a face. So maybe I'll just like shade over her face because the veil is kind of hiding it. Some big sleeves right here. I don't know, something weird. Maybe like a big dress. That's kind of neat. It's funny, as I'm drawing this woman in this dress, probably not even a wedding dress, I don't know what kind of dress it is, I get a sense that she's like a hidden warrior. She's standing very confidently, so let's give her some bangs. Right there, so you get to see some bangs from her hair underneath the veil.
Bangs means that you're strong, like me.
I think that she can probably hurt us. Show a little bit of chest there, some corset, maybe do some vertical lines to help show that going down. Let's make her dress interesting. Not too sci-fi. Let's make it more, I guess, lacy. Like there's some neat stuff hanging off. There we go. Maybe there could be some nice flower-like puffs on the side of her hips. Okay, let's bring the indication of her arms in. Okay, that does not look like a female in a dress. You know what it does look like?
A man in a dress.
It looks like a deformed female inside of a dress.
Damn
so
it.
You know what that means. I'm probably going to have to make it hold an axe. Because look
I love how he's
pushing
like,
down. Okay.
he's like, I'm gonna make her normal, and then he does everything but make her
Maybe a
normal.
circle? I got an idea. How about a stick here, a chain hanging down, and then just a giant mace. Okay, she swings a mace around. She is a deformed entity that was married, and she has a mace from the 1500s. And she's huge, with huge shoulders, but a petite face and neck. And she is probably gorgeous. That's probably her seductive power, It's kind of like the creature, the Kelpie. Kelpies seduce men because they're at the water's edge. Those of you that know, like, cryptids and mythology and stuff. Kelpies are beautiful women, but then all of a sudden they turn into this horrific-looking horse female, and they eat children and humans, and they seduce men and just drag them into the water. I have no idea what is going on. I was going to give her Blair Witch hair, like sticking out everywhere, but probably thinking that's not a good idea. We have a mace right here. The mace probably weighs more than her, and the fact that she can swing that around tells you that you should not get near her.
That's true.
That's the other thing about thumbnailing. You can tell a lot about her simply by how she stands, what she's holding, or what a character is doing in general. Their battle stance. Or if they're kind of cocky and they think that they can take on the world. And that arrogance is also cool to put in a lot of characters too. Okay, so that's number 8. That's all I'm doing for exploration. All right, so let's take a look at these. Let's see what we did. We got 1, we got 2, 3, 4 up here. And then we got a little darker because I started getting into the groove of things. So we got 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we have to choose which one to go with. And I don't know. So the next part of this video, you're going to see what I went with. So maybe it was what you wanted, or maybe not.
The circle guy, the circle
now
guy.
It's time for part 2.
The circle
So
guy.
you're probably wondering which one I'm ultimately going to go with.
Circle
Now,
guy.
I am forcing myself to get out of my comfort zone, and my comfort zone obviously is insects and creepy, lanky insect shapes. So I'm not going to do those.
Circle guy.
Instead, I just kept coming back to
No.
number 6 seems to intrigue me the most. There's some other intriguing ones going on.
Yeah, circle guy.
I really liked number 3.
Yeah,
the
circle
robot.
guy.
I thought that was really cool.
Circle guy.
And I also liked the killer clown. Of course I liked this one, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do number 6. So what we're going to do is the refinement stage. Now, when it comes to character concept art and refinement, the actual silhouette for your thumbnail doesn't need to be translated 100% accurately over to the refinement stage. But what I am going to do is trying to pick, or I will pick the overall stance that I want. A lot of times, get this ink going here. Okay, so a lot of times I'll just pretend there's a metal post going down the body in the direction that I want these characters to stand. Okay, so I do like the fact that she's kind of casually, you know, just moving her foot, keeping her right leg as the anchor leg, you know, with all of her weight distribution mainly on that one. And it looks like she's turning to the left to look at us, and her left leg is turning towards us because she might step in our direction to either hurt us or haunt us or whatever she wants to do. So to avoid stiffness in our characters, we want to be sure to put as much motion as possible in it. Now the triangle shape doesn't help our cause, okay? But we're going to get past that. So right now, make sure this is out of the way. Okay, so right now I'm very lightly putting in that giant triangular dress, okay? And I'm going to show just a little bit of the underbelly of that dress. So I'm going to open it up at the bottom. All right, so once we have that, again, if you're new to this channel, then I hope that you're getting out a sketchbook right now and trying to draw along with me. It doesn't have to be
You guys got
this
your sketchbooks out?
crazy
You guys drawing?
evil clown dancer. I don't even know what I'm drawing. I don't know what I'm drawing. I think that's the fun part though, right? But if you're taking your sketchbook out and you're drawing along with me, allow yourself to scribble these shapes on. Pen or pencil, doesn't matter. You could be even drawing with a crayon. Okay, and then what that'll do is it'll give you freedom to really explore, because we're not done yet. Okay, I'm looking at this thumbnail over here, and what's going to end up over here probably isn't going to look like that. It will, but it won't. I do know that that face in the middle definitely has to be there, because I think that's the selling point. And when you're doing character design, from thumbnail to refinement, you always have to have a selling point. Okay, so when you're in the thumbnail stage, the selling point is the silhouette, because that's all you have to go off of. There's not a lot of detail. You don't have facial expressions, anything. When you're getting the refinement, you're taking that thumbnail and then you're refining it to something that we can relate to. And a lot of times what we can relate to is a character's facial expressions. And even if you're doing creatures too. So I'm just lightly holding my pen and still allowing myself to be rough with the lines. So some of these lines in here are very, very light, almost hairy, but not quite. I do love that face. And I think I'm going to make it even scarier right now.
Ooh.
Try to put a little bit of a shape on that mouth. I do know that the inside of that mouth is going to be pure black, so I'm comfortable with adding in that dark of ink right now. But I do have to be careful about the eyes. So I'm going to be careful about the eyes and make sure that I don't put it too large. One thing I do notice is I think I put this oval too high up. Maybe the underbelly of the dress should be down here. Okay, again, now you see why it's important to sketch lightly, even with a pen. So if you're doing it with a pen and you end up putting lines down that you ultimately don't want, you can't erase that, that's okay. See if you can use these markings to your advantage. So maybe there's like a dress detail or whatever it's wearing. Maybe there's a detail later on that she can have on that will allow me to just keep those lines in. So the next thing is when you do the refinement stage, you want to make sure that you're putting in more confident lines. So that means you're going to finish the lines instead of second guessing every movement. Now when I'm looking at the center line that I drew here, or almost center line, these kind of dress details will probably need to be symmetrical to the most point. Like that, just very light. Okay, now the eyes, it's so creepy. They're going to be slanted down slightly. And the other thing that I think I'm going to do is I'm not going to keep the I don't even know this is a word, bulbousness. This is not going to be bulbous around the cheeks. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put in more of a face. I think that's going to help it. The reason I'm doing this is because, like I stated before, you want this to be relatable. We're in the refinement stage, which means that when we start looking at characters, can we relate to it? Does something look familiar? And in this case, you know, we as humans, we see these shapes. This is so creepy.
Looks like a baby bottle. He's a ketchup man.
I could have. Maybe I'll just make the legs longer. I can do that. And again, I can thin up that face even more. I'm not afraid to spark new lines in here. Okay, so now we have this extra layer of thickness around the chin. I didn't screw up. Again, I'm just going to use that to my advantage. What if I put some extra lines that are stacked up against each other inside this weird dress suit?
Maybe he's got double chins.
Looks like she has kind of like a neck accordion on.
Oh, and then her neck sticks, and then her head sticks out.
How that's shaping up.
Ooh.
That's why I suddenly got darker. That's kind of cool. I'm going to put a little indication of a nose. Oh yeah. Now she's looking rather alien.
Yeah.
Like extraterrestrial.
Extraterrestrial.
I really don't like that shape. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it spring outwards like this. Put 3 little knobs coming off, maybe opening up. And then I don't want to forget that in the original thumbnail, there's these weird almost heads coming off, so we got to figure out what those actually are. Maybe they are faces, but we're going to define those a little better. There we go. Okay, so there's 3 of them. Okay, and then the other thing is, I don't want to be predictable with my design. I could make each face up here even. Okay, like they're both vertically sitting up or attached to it, but I think I'm going to make some of them tilted. Like this one's tilted right here, this one's looking straight up, because there's no noses yet, no mouths or anything, so we can't really tell what direction they're looking, but maybe this one's looking down. Maybe that's like the back of the head here. You see how I'm just kind of inventing as I go? I'm still going off of what I drew, because this is the refinement stage. And in character design, let's just say, for example, I am actually doing this for a game. I'll probably do 10, 15, 20 more versions of this one. And that's not including colorways and iterations of that. Okay, so that's something else that you definitely have to consider when you're doing character design. But I do like having indications
Hi,
of
Zach.
small eyes
Thank
right here, and then
you.
maybe like an opening for the
I hope
mouth.
you're doing well. Get some good rest if you're
It's kinda creepy.
sleeping.
And I don't know what these little stalks are, but if I drew hair coming down, then we're getting into the creepy factor, like Silent Hill. Oh, I don't even know. Some kind of haunted village. You know, you can kind of see the sadness in their faces. And I kind of feel bad for them in a way. Maybe they're trapped spirits, and they're fused with this ghoul or this entity or this deity down here, and this deity is what... Oops. I accidentally put that weird marking around the eye, so it looks like I'm going to have to use that. And I'm just going to put it around that eye. Happy accidents. You guys are literally watching me as I draw on the fly and not knowing where this goes. So I encourage you all to do the same. Bust out your sketchbooks, see what you can come up with. Maybe you're having a breakthrough as we draw. And that would be awesome. If you guys are having a breakthrough in your sketching ability, comment below and tell me what that breakthrough is. Because I'm sure that not just me, but anybody else reading those comments, they're going to relate to that. We all have that moment in time when we have a breakthrough with our artwork, and it feels so good, doesn't it? It feels so good to have that breakthrough, because you didn't know when it was going to come, if it was going to come, but it finally did. There we go. Now we're getting into something cool. Maybe it's like a little demon girl controlling a mechanized dress.
Ah.
I don't know. This thing is evolving as we go, and it's a lot of fun. Another fun thing about drawing with a pen is the lines that you can get can be so precise, and if you press lightly enough, you can actually do some neat shading with it. But it's a different type of shading, so it's not like that graphite shading that you get. It's a different kind because depending on the ink color, you can go back over a space over and over again, and it almost looks like you used a smudge tool of some kind without actually smudging the work. It's pretty neat. So now that we're refining the actual dress or the structure that this creature's sitting in, I'm going to indicate asymmetrically where some lumps are, because in the thumbnail it looks like I indicated, it almost looks like vines or arms or limbs fused to the dress. So I think I'm going to do that. I now know, now that I'm refining this, that the proportions are off. It doesn't seem like what I did here, because if I'm measuring this correctly, if I measure the head and then I count more, so 1 head, 2, and then three heads. So let's count over here. So let's go. That's 1 head, 1, 2. Okay. So I need space. So that's where it needs to start. And then the length of the head. The third one is down here, roughly down here. So what that'll do is if I put the bottom of that dress on down there, all of a sudden it'll seem better. There we go. Okay, so here's the deal. In order for it to actually fit on the page that I'm sketching, I might have to keep the legs the same length, but only show some of the calf. And that's okay if I have to change some stuff down here from the calf. So let's see what can see. I still drew the legs in there. So what I'll do is I'll just end it right here. So the calf muscle comes in. There's the shin, ankle, and by the way that the female is standing here, so this is the anchor leg, and I'll make sure that I have this direction of her foot coming out like this. There's her ankle. Okay, I'm going to indicate the big toe. There we go. I definitely want to concentrate, make sure the toe looks good, anatomically correct. And of course, this is a creature, so she's not human, but at the same time, you want the anatomy to at least be
Hi,
believable.
Typhine. Welcome. How are you?
There we go. Maybe she's got some horribly disfigured feet from being some kind of a banshee or a ghoul. Okay, the knee's going to be up there. And then what we'll do is we'll draw her foot this way. Calf. So this is another thing that you want to do when you want to do character design is anatomical studies, obviously, your number one goal here. But two, you want to make sure that they have some interesting ways they can stand, they can move, because you don't want to make your characters too stiff. It's very easy to do. I remember when I first started off in concept art, all my characters were very stiff looking, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my characters. So maybe those of you listening right now can relate to this. Actually, I'm hoping you relate to it because I would love to hear your comments about how you overcame the stiffness of your creatures and your characters. Because a lot of times it really does take, it's just trial and error. That's what it is. So I really like those shapes at the bottom of the dress that I drew in the thumbnail, so I'm going to keep those. Alright, so we actually have to indicate what those are, so maybe put like a little jewel right here, and then some really cool almost wiring or even bones. How cool would that be? You see how I'm just kind of thinking outside the box and seeing what works and what doesn't? Maybe there's some wiring over here that connects that jewel in the middle of those bulbous shapes. And
I kind of liked the dress being shorter,
bulbous,
though. I like it being above the
put
thigh,
this shape in here.
above the knee.
Repetition is one of the principles of design. So this shape that we see here is, again, shown right there, even though it's half. But I'm also showing the same type of shape up here. So we got the ovals. Okay. And then we have this triangle it's the most visually striking thing about this. Yeah, we have a creepy looking face, but that's not why you would be able to see this right away. If this was some character in a game, you would probably see, uh-oh, there's the triangle lady, you know, instead of the actual name of the creature. There we go. I'm gonna start to see some refinement here on the head. I'm very lightly holding my pen on the side. So a ballpoint, depending on how clean the tip is, it'll still allow you to shade, but a lot of times it's not like a pencil where you could just go back and forth like this unless you have good control over it. You want to be able to walk those strokes down one at a time over a specific area, and then when you do that, don't stop until the area is covered. The reason is because when you start shading with a pen and you stop and then you try to continue that shading, when you press back down onto the paper, the ink is darker usually. So it's not as severe with a pencil because, you know, graphite is not ink. But when you do the ink, like let's say I'm shading the forehead and then I stop, unless you have good control and you go and you start up again, wherever you start, usually it's darker because your hand pressure has changed. So you want to make sure that you stay light the entire time you're drawing with a pen. Now the shadow's really starting to come in. That's kind of neat. Some of these areas will still not be as defined as maybe they should be, or
this has me in the mood to start drawing again.
But there are some ambiguous areas about her dress that I'm just going to put a little bit more detail in so we actually know what is going on. Maybe it shows on the side here to show that the dress has roundness to it. And there we go. And that wasn't in there, but it is here. And I'm going to press a little harder underneath just to show where that shadow is. Now I'm confident of where that shadow is now, so I can actually get dark and it won't bother me. I'm going to darken the line up, or the line of her calf, so we know where it is, so we don't lose it.
I still wish it was a little shorter. I
And
like
I'm
the
not
original
going
length.
to make the bottom of this dress pretty. Like, it's not evenly cut. It's very jagged.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, we have weird seaweed hanging off. This is when you practice thick to thin lines hanging off like that. And also, it's not from Earth. And if it is, then something happened to this thing, or this female, where she was cursed. She started playing the Ouija board. I don't know. Starting to think of all these things. Okay, so now I'm just going to add in some weird limbs that maybe make sense, but not quite. Maybe her hand is here, but it's kind of fused with the dress. I'm going to put in some hard lumps there, and maybe show some over here.
Drawing's harder than you thought.
And of course, I've been
I mean,
talking this whole time,
drawing
so
is
character
difficult.
refinement.
I've always been a bit of a drawer,
If you
though.
want to go
I'm
from
digital
the
drawing.
thumbnail stage
I'm not good at,
to
but
something
this type
like
of drawing,
this,
visual drawing, visual
it'll
art
take
has
about
always
half
been my
an
strong
hour.
suit.
It just depends.
I've always been much better. And I know it's
I
like
always
it's one of
say
those
that
things where
the
it's like you
refinement
don't think
stage
it's
probably should
different,
take
but
30
digital and
minutes
visual are
minimum.
so
You don't
different,
want to
so
spend any
different.
more than 30 minutes.
And personally, I mean, for me anyways, they feel very
we go.
different. Like they have their own ways
And of
about
course
it, and
you
you
could stay on
because you
this
think
for
like
hours
you'd
and
think hold on
hours and hours.
because
Okay.
you'd think that digital drawing would be easier because you like just have to undo, but something about digital drawing I just can't. I can do it okay, but something about it I just can't do. I love drawing like this. Like I love sketchy. I love the sound of the paper, the pencils. Like I just love doing art this
That was
way.
totally random, and I don't know what that is. Hopefully you've liked this lesson. Thank you all for sticking around. This is a lot of fun. But
Are
this
they
is
like
how
chicken
you would
arms?
find characters, and this is how you would approach the thumbnail
Oh, her
stage.
fingers
If
are
you
like
enjoyed
all
it,
scrunched
comment
up.
below. Give it a like and subscribe if you'd like. I'd really appreciate that. Join the Discord. Check out the links in the description and in the pinned comment. And hopefully you learned something today. And until next time, see you later. Welcome to my channel, everybody. I'm really glad that you're here. So we're going to take a step back and change up the subject a little bit. Now, if you're new to my channel, I focus on creature design, creatures and characters. So I thought, hey, why don't I show you how I construct little scenes that I like to use if ever I do environmental concept art for games. Also, it's just fun. It's just fun to do little scenes and constructing these in a way that will help you as a viewer act like you're actually there, feel like you're there. So I'll show you how to do that.
Did you know they
So what I'm
made
doing is I
like
am
a
doing
screen
a
you
basic
can put over your
hillside.
tablet to make it?
If you're
Oh, really? That's
feeling
crazy.
a little inclined to do like a border or
No, I
something,
didn't
you
know
can do
that.
You know, this is going to be slightly off screen if I do a border, so I'm just going to keep the subject matter in the middle right here. And we're going to have a cool little nature scene, but it's going to be rather mysterious. So I immediately start thinking of the foreground. What kind of formations can I put right in front to help pull the viewer in? And of course I am thinking of the rule of thirds. If you're not familiar with what the rule of thirds are, I do encourage you to at least look that up to see how old masters did it. But it's essentially splitting the entire picture plane up into thirds. So if you have, let's say over here, real quick, just a quick little lesson. We have a landscape. Okay, we have 3 sections going vertically. We have 3 sections going horizontally. Wherever those sections intersect, so these are the 4 major quadrants. It's good to have main subject matter, motion, or an attention grabber in one of these areas where they intersect. So this is like the rule of thirds. And of course, in between all of these, you have open areas to experiment and put whatever shapes you want in there. Okay, but we'll move to our scene here. And again, we're going to put some like small stones, maybe some rocks in here. I'm keeping everything very loose. The other thing that I want to do is, if I'm ever doing environmental concept art for a game, for a movie. How can I establish the path that the person is going to need to travel to get from point A to point B? Now, what is the end goal for the person traveling through this? So you want to have some kind of structure or some kind of end result that's going to show up over here. So let's just keep things simple. If you're sketching along with me, try to make it seem like your character has to pass through whatever you're about to draw. There is no way around it. Is it treacherous? Is it life-threatening? Are there creatures in here? And this environment is not going to be complete without at least one creature, right? I have to do that. Well, I don't have to. I want to. It's fun, and it gives that video game type feel. Like, well, we have to go beat that big boss in the background over here, and it's about the size of like a large tree or size of a mountain. Let's go do it. But anyway, I have some rocks over here, some formations, and here's a slight little path. Now notice how light I'm keeping everything. It's because I'm still thinking and I'm still experimenting as I draw this environment out. So
oh my gosh.
I will say,
don't look at me.
That
just hold on, guys. Don't look at me.
I believe the person should be
don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
This is just my thought.
Don't
I'm just going to put a small body right here.
Don't look at me.
Okay, and then as I do that, notice how
throw away your eyes. Don't look at me.
And then I'm putting the shoulders in, and I'm doing it slowly. I'm putting in like a sword scabbard in the back, maybe a large backpack. A lot of times I notice that when folks start painting environments, the actual structures of nature looks good, but the people look super stiff. You want to make sure that you put some energy and some motion, even on the tiny little people that you put in there. So what I did was I made sure that this leg is being positioned forward and this one is in the back, as if this character really is walking forward, trying to find his step and finding out where he's going. Doesn't have to be perfect. We don't even know what kind of armor he has or anything, but we do know that he's walking. Or she, doesn't matter. So once we have that, maybe there's some tiny little silhouette shapes that we can put on here to maybe show some shoulder armor. Maybe the arm is coming out a little bit. Who knows? I'm very intrigued already to find out like what this guy's all about.
He presses the special buttons again. How about this one?
I'm actually going to start shading a little bit. I'm just going to put in a light coating. I'm going to run across the page. Now, once I do this, I want to make sure that the pencil strokes are close together. I'm going across the entire landscape. Remember, everybody, you do not need to compartmentalize an environment sketch. Let everything be loose. This is an environment. We're not doing individual little pieces and then placing them together to form an environment. No. This character that's walking through here is living and breathing and walking in a 3D world. And I'm not going to get any darker than that. Of course, I'll go back and make it smooth at some point. But what we want to do is we want to play off of light, medium, and dark lines. So notice how the very light lines that I'm putting in are barely showing through the shading that I just put down.
Let me call DJ. Oh, I can call you DJ. Sorry.
These are my thinking lines.
DJ, what's
up?
So
if you're drawing along with me right now, what are your thinking lines and where are you placing them? Are you putting some boulders in here, maybe some hints at bushes? Okay, think about the landscapes that this character might need to walk through. Are you drawing a jungle scene? Are you doing, something cyberpunkish, steampunkish, ancient? Like, who knows? Okay, so the other thing I may want to do is just show some really large structures in the background. Just something odd, almost like a mushroom shape. There we go. So maybe there's a fortress in here that this character needs to walk to. And the other thing is, when it comes to lighting, I'm going to keep everything rather dim and eerie, just for atmosphere purposes and mood. I'm going to shade where the feet are touching the ground. There's going to be no definitive foot shape.
Popping on Twitch?
It's more
Well, that's
of,
because I
hey,
can't
there's a
see your
shadow,
username. You're showing up as
and
DLE6.
We're going to leave it open
So
to
that's what I
interpretation
read.
as to what he's actually walking on. Is it mud? Is it gravel? Is it just a well-worn path over the centuries? You know, it's up to you to decide.
Unless you say anything, then it's hard for me to tell.
But all we know is he's passing by himself, and
You
he's
get to
entering
the
a
Minecraft
mysterious
server?
land.
No!
All right. So the shading doesn't have to be perfect, but I eventually will be passing over it 3 or 4 more times, similar to what I do with my characters and creatures. You've seen my videos before if you're familiar with my channel. I like to pass over them a minimum of 3 times. Notice how inside this little area, it's the smoothest. I didn't press harder with each new pass that I'm shading in.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, I'm just making sure that my pencil's sharp, and I'm holding the pencil itself really far back.
Yeah.
I'm using a 4B. This is Tombow pencil.
Oh.
So that I'm making sure that I have enough control where I can have some decent shading. But I'm not getting dark. This human is still the darkest. This is my focal point. But what I do know is that in the foreground here, I'm going to want to define some of the land a little bit more. Just like this. Very light. I don't know what kind of path it is. Maybe it's a man-made path. Maybe it has nothing to do with animals. But I do know that it's still going to have some overgrowth, maybe some small little boulders and foliage. But I don't want to go overboard with it because I still want there to be an open area right there for the character to walk through. Okay, so let's try to fit that on there again. There we go, that's looking decent. Try to keep this sketchbook flat too. All right, let's see what else we can do here. Let's move the shading up the page a little bit. Notice how I'm keeping all the strokes close together. See how I'm going outside of the lines and the shading is just flowing freely off the page. These shapes are the last thing I drew, shape-wise. Now I'm just shading past it, so I'm just gonna go with this odd angle, walk up that, I guess, hillside way out there, that little mountaintop, and then we'll call it. Okay, now we can start to see some atmosphere building up. This is what we want.
Yeah, atmosphere.
Look at your drawing right now and ask yourself, hey, is there some atmosphere?
Is there
And
some
if you find
atmosphere?
yourself obsessing too much about each line, just start putting stuff in. See how I'm just scribbling this hillside right there? Just do that. Just loosely put it in. Don't care about any of the outcomes. There we go. We do not want to get too heavy in shading in the back though. It's going to stop right around here. As a matter of fact, we can still add in some more. I may have to turn my sketchbook just a little bit so that we can get some in here. So if it looks like he's going downhill, it's just because I turned my sketchbook a little bit. But I'm still going to keep the details right around this character. This is where the fun starts. I mean, all of it is fun. But once we start to get that in there, we can start to see little plants emerge. Maybe driftwood, maybe this land floods, or maybe there are some small trees that we need to add in there. Slowly but surely, you can start to see all the foliage and all of the nature really coming together. There we go. Comment below and tell me if you're an environment artist, but you're struggling to come up with little scenes. Try this method out. When I say this method, I mean just draw traditionally. Don't worry about all the fancy brushes that you can get in Photoshop and all that goofiness. Okay, I love Photoshop. I love the brushes, but I think people rely way too much on specific pencils or brushes to achieve the markings. And it's not the brush or the pencil, it's your hand. So just make sure that you practice traditionally so that you can form that emotional bond with the act of drawing.
Yeah.
There we go. Really feel the paper underneath. Now it's getting a little smoother. I do know that the mid-ground right here, we're going to start to see maybe some trees. So I'm just going to put in some tree trunks first. I don't know what type of tree it is. Maybe something rather puffy. But I'm going to shake my hand. Not violently, but just make sure that the hand is at least shaky a little bit so I can have some indications of leaves. Whenever you do trees, make it chaotic. Trees do not grow perfectly.
That's true.
Trunks are twisted. Tree tops are not always perfectly round. Even though we like order as people, as human beings, when we draw, we love order. We like making things symmetrical so that we can better understand it when they're not even supposed to be symmetrical. There we go. Okay. This is when depth really comes into play because the background, we don't need to worry about it as much anymore. All we need to do is highlight what kind of path that this character needs to take. This kind of looks like water, and I don't want to do that, so I'm going to put some stones right there to make it seem like, oh, this is actually coming out of dirt. And maybe, well, it still kind of looks like water, doesn't it? Maybe it is water, like, I don't know. Let's just keep it fun. Keep it spontaneous. I do know that the values between the path and the embankment right here, they need to be a little darker. There we go. Okay. So maybe some high grass right there, that can definitely work. And since he's traveling, maybe we can pretend that he's trying to find his long lost brother or something. Or maybe his land got ravaged by a giant creature and he needs to leave. Who knows? Who knows what's going on in his head? See these tree trunks that I'm putting here? Just an indication of maybe a patch of trees from a forest that's going to be in the background. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Or maybe he's about to travel and enter a really dark, creepy forest. Wouldn't that be awesome? Let's just start doing that. So see how I'm playing up on depth right here? Wouldn't that be cool if I just drew a creature right back there? Ooh, maybe I should. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to put one more pass in a 45-degree angle going there, so there could be some like mist in the background. Maybe there's
I love this. It's so good.
where this path goes into. Okay, so remember what I said? We have to give the character purpose. I think this is going to be the purpose. We need to find a reason why he is traveling. And the only way is this path right here. So let's make
New
this
Age Bob Ross, yeah.
kind of foreboding opening right there. Maybe it's like a tunnel. But maybe there's twisted trees around it. See how I'm slowly putting in trees and we can't really tell if that opening was a rock. There we go. Maybe some twisted, ooh, man. It's getting freaky. It's getting freaky, folks. So this set of trees right here is going to have to be a little darker. This is what's going to establish the depth. So see how the opening is right there in the background. The tree is right there, and they're a little too similar. So I'm going to push a little harder right in front of the opening so I can start to round off that tree and make it look like the opening in the background is farther away due to atmospheric perspective. There we go, right like that. I also have to be very careful that I don't get too dark on that tree, because guess what? Our little character here is in the foreground, and we don't want that to match that. Otherwise there would be no depth. So let's make our dude a little darker at the head, and I'm going to fade it off as I get towards the ground. And I'm not going to define the feet. Instead, I'm just going to put in some light shading again right underneath there and almost have it blend in directly with the dirt and the mud or whatever's down there. There we go. So much fun, everyone. Okay, once we have that, there's a lot of things that we can do inside here. Maybe there's a weird little line here at the embankment. Maybe there's like another little path of water that comes out. Definitely down here in the foreground, we can do some cool things with the ground. We still don't know where that path came from. Maybe the path whips around like this. Maybe he just stayed on the embankment the whole time. Maybe there really isn't a path. How cool would that be? Maybe there's no path at all. He's just kind of following nature in uncharted territory. Nobody has walked here before, but all of a sudden he sees a mysterious opening. Like, is this ancient? Did somebody actually live down there? See how I'm building up the values? Look at your drawings right now and see if your values are being built up. I kind of switch back and forth whenever I do this. So if I have something that I like, that I outlined, I'll put in a little bit of shading because I'm pretty confident with that area. I do that with creature design too. There we go. Okay, so I think I figured out what I want to do here. I'm just going to put in some puffy shapes. Small, tiny little circles, which will act as like tundra, like foliage, whatever you want to call it down there. And then I'm going to pop off some plants, like this, making sure that the plants themselves are a little chaotic, meaning how they grow. See how I did a marking over the leg? I'm going to continue that. Because remember, this plant is in front, so it's going to be a little darker, and now our character is a little bit lighter. This is specifically why I was darkened, I darkened it at the head, and I got lighter as I went down the body, because I knew that the plants in the front were going to have to go over the feet and be darker.
That's right.
So now there's a really cool play on contrast right there. And then we could just keep going. There we go. If you're really interested about my process and like creature design and how I handle client briefings and all of that fun stuff with concept art, games, and film, I started a Patreon. It's a growing community.
Cool.
It's a bustling community. Definitely check that out. There's even stuff. If you just want to join for free and poke around, that's totally fine. We have a Creature Design Workshop Discord. It's absolutely free to join for that. That's where I conduct my mentorship, so check the links in the description below for all of these. I will say that my live streams are reserved for my Patreon, so if you want to learn some nitty-gritty design techniques and behind the scenes of what I do for creature design.
I keep getting distracted watching. I'm trying to work on my own thing here.
Okay, here we go. Now we're having a lot of fun. So hopefully you're picking up a lot of really cool tips here. And if you also have some tips that you would like to give viewers, comment below. Let's hear it. Let's hear your tips, especially if you're a professional environment artist, you've been doing it for games and film for a long time, or you just love environments. Let's have it. Let's hear it. All right, I'm going to start shading a little bit on the outside. There we go. Okay, let's turn it one more time. Well, not one more time, but a little bit more. Come down here at the bottom. Ah, so much fun, man. Okay. It's really starting to come together now. We're starting to see foliage in the background, cool looking trees. I'm just going to put in some small puffy shapes, and this is going to act like leaves that you can faintly see in the background. This character knows that the only way into the secret valley is through this dense, swampy forest. And there's a foreboding sense of dread coming up. Oh, I'm gonna have to put a tree trunk right here.
I'm gonna miss
the cool thing about doing this is this can actually be a dead tree. notice how dark the limbs are, the tree. Okay, that's because the darkness of this tree is significant. It's dead. Maybe it's a special tree. Maybe our character stayed the night at an inn, and then during midday, he finally got to his destination at the old tree in the embankment. Old dead tree. And it's going to stand out more than the others. So let's put like a weird twist on some of these limbs. I should say branches.
I clipped that moment.
And this is the one excuse I can give for making the foreground object as dark as the character. There's a connection between the two. So now I'm establishing a clear path that the character has to take in order to get to where he needs to go. And he has to go past that tree. And you know what would be even cooler is if some of those dead tree limbs kind of went into the water. I'm going to have to get a little darker over everything, and it's going to touch the water. There we go. So now that we're starting to fill out this environment, I want to start thinking about some secondary details that we can put to really establish the realism of this setting here. So the ground that he walked on, right in the foreground, or right up front here, I think we should establish at least a small little landmark. Something fun, maybe a stone, and I'm starting light, and I'm just rolling some shadows off to connect to the ground. See how puffy
it's canon now, it is
all
canon.
the shading is? So we got the ground coming over to the rock, and we got the rock growing right here. Well, the rock being right here. We're not going to show the separation of dirt and rock. We want to keep that mood. We want to keep that sense of wonder. You know, to try to come up with something similar, it's kind of like knowing what the creature looks like too soon in the movie, and then you don't want to know what it really looks like too early on. It's kind of the same way with environments. Think about the joy of knowing that you don't know something. Like, I wonder how the story is going to unravel. Or, is that a person down there, or is it a creature? And we can't really tell. So here I am drawing this thing, and it kind of looks like a dead plant. But is it really? Is it a plant? Or are these weird plant-like insectoid arms coming out of a tree trunk?
Well, at first I was thinking, maybe
So
it could be like a
this
creature's arms.
is probably going to have his or her interpretation for it.
Yeah.
That's what makes this so intriguing and so much fun. When I would study environment paintings from Thomas Moran, he had this awesome ability to put in shrubbery and put in bushes, but not really define what the leaves actually were, where the branches were. Or I should say are, because his paintings still are brilliant. Whereas Albert Bierstadt, he did stuff really meticulous, and they were detailed, but they were beautifully done. So each of those artists had some merits to it. Okay, so what I'm doing here, I know that my environment sketch is going to end somewhere down there. I don't want to go too in depth on that. So all of these little bushes that I put in here could be growing up this embankment. Maybe this is an old tree stump, who knows? I started to lightly shade directly over it, keeping the strokes close together. And that'll help me make everything look smooth. I don't want the scratchiness to show up unless it's deliberate. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over this at another angle, right where the bush line ends and the dirt begins, and I'm going to make that dark. So why am I doing that, do you think? Not only does this add in depth and mystery, but the lighting in this scene
It helps
is very,
differentiate it?
it's eerie, it's ambient. There's no harsh, direct sunlight in this
We're
environment.
learning, guys. We're learning.
The shadows, the cast shadows, they're not really going to be well defined on the forest floor. So what I'm doing is I'm making sure that if I do have shadows, I'm going to show the darkness of where those objects are, but I'm not going to define the shadows to the point where we can see, like, you know, the edges of all the shapes. Got to keep that intrigue alive and well in this drawing. Okay, now that we have established some of the shadows down here, I'm going to press harder on top of all the shadows, because some of these bushes, some of the shrubbery, they got kind of lost. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm showing tiny little, like, specks of branches, maybe tufts of grass or some kind of foliage growing off of here, but not being definitive about it. I want to make the viewer guess about what's there. I want to keep that intrigue alive. And it's also, you know, it's in the middle of the forest, so there's gonna be a lot of weird things growing off of the forest floor, right? And this is a made-up land, so we don't necessarily know what type of dimension this is. It could be very deadly. You know, these plants could be alive, like creatures. I think that'd be kind of cool too. And here, oh man, this is when you've earned the spot for details, because this is the controlled area that we want to focus on. But we have to make sure that we have to maintain the depth within this. So we clearly established the foreground. We've hinted at the midground. The background has very light shapes in here that we're going to revisit too. Remember that weird dome shape right there, and we got some trees.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot
So
about that.
now that I've seen this evolve, I'm not quite sure that I want to keep the path down here in the water anymore. I'm thinking that maybe the path that this character needs to travel is up this hillside to go inside of a weird fortress. You know, so maybe there's like a little opening up here and a platform, just like a very ancient castle-like structure. It's very formidable looking, very weird. Let's just keep it going. But we have to fade this out down here. So I'm just going to play around with some of these shapes again. Comment below if you're having a lot of fun doing this. If environment sketching is something that you would like to see me do more of, you know, I'm definitely up for it. Oh, and by the way, I recently posted something, made a public post, so just go into my public post in here, and I just asked the channel, all of you guys, what do you like seeing me draw the most? And I've been getting some awesome stuff, awesome feedback, and I read everything, okay? I take it, I want to make sure that you guys are learning as much as possible. That's what I'm most concerned with. So if you see me doing something in the past that you wish I would do more of, please tell me. You know, if it's specific creature anatomy lessons, fine. If it's environments, if it's robots, mechanical structures, all of that stuff, I listen to everything. I take it to heart. Okay, so I know that over the past couple of years, people have been asking, hey, do some environments. I'm like, yeah, man. Environments are freaking awesome. I love doing them. Okay. I have to make sure that I don't curse on my channel either, or else my videos will get banned probably. Okay. So now that I know I need more in this area, I'm going to start shading in that area without any concern. I'm just going to lightly place some pencil strokes in a couple different directions and move right past the trees. I don't know what that's going to be yet, everybody. Oops, I actually moved the camera here. So let's see. And then, since these are going diagonally, maybe I can do one that's almost vertical across everything. Let's see what happens. Okay, I can live with that. We'll try it one more time. Slightly off from the other angles. And there we go. Okay. So at least we have some of those shapes up there. Now the other fun part is that you can add in some mist and everything, but I'll, you know, like if you have edges of the trees right here, just go to the edge of the tree and shade slightly darker, almost like a spray of water mist going across everything. It will show up, so please don't think that you're just going to ruin everything if you put in some shadows across your hard-earned details right there. Okay, just make it puffy. Make it look like you accidentally smeared it, but you deliberately shaded it to look like that. Okay, but speaking of smearing, just keep your finger and your oils away from the paper and you should be fine. Okay, so let's take a step back. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so it looks like this hillside needs a little bit more definition. So I'm just going to shade up this hill right there. And as I get up there, now I can clearly see that maybe our fella needs to walk up this hill, and there's a door up here, like a big door. So I'm just going to darken the door area right there. And maybe it's a big door, who knows? Okay. These trees, I should probably make them a little bit more gnarly, but I think they're good enough for now because they're so far in the background that we don't really need to know what they look like.
Yeah.
We just need to know that they're there. Our imagination can fill in the gaps.
That's true.
See all the in-between light foggy areas? That's good. That's good. So down here towards the ground, I'm just going to fade in some more fogginess working up towards the tree trunks. And then I'm going to get darker in the tree trunks a little bit. And there we have it. That's how we layer on fog and mist with a pencil. Now it's very ambiguous what's going on in there, and I didn't even erase it. I didn't need a blending stick. I didn't need to use my finger and not tell anybody that I did. It's there. You saw me do it. So try that. All of this land right here, there's a lot of opportunity to have some like paths moving up that direction. Not really sure yet how, but maybe there are no paths. Maybe our fella right here is just going to walk up on grass and make his own path. Maybe this structure is 1,700 years old. Maybe it's 3,000 years old, 8,000. Who knows? He just found it for the first time. Maybe there's a creature inside. Maybe there's an old gypsy. A lot of really cool possibilities here. We don't want to make it easy for him, that's for sure. So what I'm doing here is I'm doing small little tufts of grass, starting darker, moving lighter, and I'm moving the pencil strokes upwards. And they're all going different directions, kind of like exploding fireworks. Okay, and then what I didn't think of before, but now it might be a good idea, small little cliffs going up there. So maybe the land is kind of cut. Maybe a lot more water traveled through here at one point. Okay, and then all of these strange shapes are remnants of a once very, very vibrant and violent stream. You know, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago. I think that'd be kind of fun. And then this hillside up here, maybe it was like that deep at once. Who knows? It'd be kind of cool. I think I want some more branches hanging off here just to show how creepy that is. Really skinny branches too.
Like fingers.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
And then I was going to put some leaves on this tree. Maybe it's, this poor thing is hundreds and like centuries years old and
hanging on for dear life.
Centuries old, and then maybe it doesn't have much, but I do know that I want some vines hanging off of this. That would be cool. This is why it's important to have sharp pencils, so that your little vines like that, little shapes that you want to put in here stays crisp. Okay. And then down here towards the water, maybe some twisted plants you can kind of see in the background flowing over the water. So now there's a really awesome play on contrast. There we go. I'm starting to think that maybe our dude needs a bigger backpack right there, like something like that. And then the sword and pack of stuff that he's got, like, I don't know what he's got. Maybe he's taller than we thought. Maybe the feet will go down here. We don't want to go overboard. Okay, there we go. A lot of fun. Comment below if you're an environment concept artist and you're currently working on a game, or you're doing something for your portfolios. I'd love to hear it. Our Creature Design Workshop Discord is for all walks of life, all skill levels. So if you have some personal sketches that you'd like to show off, you want feedback on, you know, we have our own personal sketch threads on our Discord. We have critique forums. You name it, we got it. Creature Design Workshop Discord. Check out that link in the description below for that one. There we go. Okay, now we're starting to see that structure in the back. That really weird, mysterious, looks like a grape. It's a mysterious grape.
The mysterious grape.
Probably even put in some bushes up here. Maybe some indications of some trees. Maybe some fallen trees.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Oh man, we could just keep going on this. So right over here, the open area is where all that mist is. They're going to have some more twisting shapes, lightly drawn. They're going to equal how dark these tree trunks are in the mid-ground. We won't want to get too dark, so we're just going to leave it. Okay, let's fill out just a little bit more of the foreground here. There we go. Ah, so much fun, everybody. If I were going to give one piece of advice to all aspiring environment concept artists, it is this. Have a purpose for your environment. Because when you do an environment, you're showing the world of not only your world that you're inventing, but also you're bringing to life what was just words. So if you can show where the character needs to be going, give the character a purpose. If there's no character in it and it's just an environment, what can you do to pull us into the environment? Why are we looking at it? Okay, give a focal point. So if there's no character, is there a fortress in the background? Is it desolate? Okay, if it's desolate, what are some remnants of it being desolate? Are there skeletons because there's no water and the animals died, creatures died? If it's in the middle of space, what is it in space that's going to intrigue us? Okay, think about what you as the artist can do in order to pull everybody in and make us want to know more about that environment. All right, so I hope you liked today's lesson, everybody. If you want to see me do environment sketches, I'd be happy to. Thanks again, and see you next time. Peace. Hey everybody. So something I haven't done in probably a year or two. I'm going to take you on a little sketchbook tour of just some doodles that I've been doing over, I don't know, 8 years maybe. You guys really want to see 10 years worth of sketchbooks? Here, let me show you something here real quick. So I got this stack. Okay, all these are moleskin pads. And then, oh, I have more. Over here, there's a smaller one. I got a, oh, look at that. Got a really tiny one. And then I have a medium-sized one. And then I got a slightly larger one than a medium-sized one. And then old one. And I got some old ones in here too.
Wow.
Sketchbooks that probably span the past 12 years. But let's walk through this. I've been getting asked this for so long, and I don't want to deny you folks this anymore. So let's walk through this particular one. We'll get to some of the stuff. You probably have seen this stuff in several videos that I've done. So quicker doodles. This is more for storytelling.
This really wants me to start drawing. I want to start drawing.
As I walk through here, I have this owl creature.
Wow, that's cool.
This was actually for an old daily spit paint competition. You guys remember the old Facebook group, Daily Spit Paint? So you got, I don't know, 50 minutes to draw from the theme. Yeah, we got that one. Armadillo Warrior.
Yeah.
Scroll down here so you can actually see the feet. Giant demon head. You guys know that I love drawing demons. I don't know why. I just do. More heads here. I hope this light is good too. I have a pretty shiny light on this right now. Okay, mixing in spider and bird. Got a dragon head right there.
That's so cool.
See that really well. Oh, look at that. Had to draw Jason. I don't even know when I did that. Probably
Happy
about 5-6
Halloween.
years ago. Something like that. This was a Star Wars competition, so we did some storyboarding. Got some notes down here. It's a big Rancor monster. We got Luke Skywalker and Yoda on the back. This didn't happen anywhere. It was just a scene that I made up. Something that I wish I could have happened. Or that I wish could have happened. And there's a Wampa up here, and there's a family. Got a big throne. Yeah. Hopefully you're liking all these.
That's cool.
So one of the coolest things about having a sketchbook
What is that?
is not only are they fun,
Feet!
but it's a way of life.
Ew!
All right, so let me explain.
The scariest thing
I've
so
been drawing
far.
ever since I was 4 years old. Okay, you guys have seen that, right, in the video?
Yeah, that
I've been
was
drawing
so
since
cool.
I was 4 years old, and I haven't stopped. Just because I love it. It's a part of my DNA.
See, I love
So,
drawing. I used to be much better than I
Buying
am
sketchbooks
now.
was
It's very
always a major
sad.
thing for me. And
I
a
used
lot
to be
of my
really good.
emotions and a lot of my thought processes all come out in sketchbooks. And if you're doodling, and if you have one right now and
Wow.
you're afraid to put drawings on a paper or a piece of paper, if it's blank, just know that this stuff, it doesn't matter to anybody else but you. Okay? Oh, this one's the Parazerna. So I did this for Imagine FX probably like 10 years ago. Fun little project. But oh, look, remember a couple videos ago, there's my warrior, there's the dog. And told you I haven't drawn this thing in so long. This character, used to call it just dude with a dog.
Dude with a dog.
I think that's when it started.
As someone with virtually no artistic talent, it's nice to watch others.
Somebody
Yeah.
camping, bunch of spiders coming in. What was
I
I
used to
saying?
be
Oh, yeah,
really good
about my
at drawing,
sketchbooks
but
and
yeah,
about having a
I ended
sketchbook.
up just stopping along
It's
the way,
it's a
and
way
I
of
wish
life.
I could have kept
And it just-
my skill, but
it's
I mean, I can
not
bring
only
it
a
back.
hobby,
I just need to
it's part of your
practice
DNA,
again.
and you just need to sketch no matter what. I used to draw my homework all the time, especially my math homework
That was great.
and my other homework too. Did I get in trouble? Yes, I did. But I tried to at least make sure that the drawings were decent looking.
That looks like something from
Those are
freaking
some-
Destiny.
Skull studies. This is when you just apply a bunch of studying and anatomical studies from years and years of practice, and then you start making up and manipulating your own anatomy. So that's what I keep harping on in my anatomy lessons that I have. Let's keep going. Oh, I don't even know what all this stuff. Oh,
To
look
go
at
to
this.
a
It
novel?
bled through. I didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
So, character silhouettes went in this one. I don't even remember what video I did that for.
They bled
Oh,
through.
there it is.
That's so sad.
Got some more sketches.
Whoa.
There's a giraffe. Baby giraffe.
Why does that baby giraffe
Alright.
look so scary?
I don't know how many sketchbooks we're going to be looking through, but I'll show you probably some significant drawings that I feel helped me in my journey to becoming a better artist and finding my own style. Because it happens. You find your own style when you don't look for it. And ironically, the thumbnail of my video, How to Find Your Art Style, I used this one. I did not plan that, folks. This was not scripted. It just happened that I turned on this page as I got to it. This is for my Ecore 117 project. Just a personal project of mine. More dragons / serpents.
I love dragons. I love drawing dragons.
I'll be drawing dragons too for this channel. Just really quick ballpoint pen doodles. Oh yeah, the Decorpa. So another part of my Ecore 117 project. That's that one.
Whoa!
Thumbnail practice. Thumbnail after thumbnail after thumbnail. There's about 64 here.
Wow.
Keep going. Just move it around like this. There we go. Oh, look at that. More thumbnails. But these are people. So this was just a character that I've been working on. More creatures. I'm a creature guy. Creature heads.
Oh!
This was a bigger project, so I
That's
went all
just
out. I did
incredible.
quick thumbnails, head studies, and then I did, what did I do here? Oh yeah, more head studies, but went into detail about how the mouth opens. So I made sure to write down all the notes and everything that I was thinking of as I am, thinking of the anatomy and how it opens and closes, all that fun stuff.
My goodness.
By the way, if you hear a weird sound, my radiator is filling up with water, and I can't drown that out. I don't know when it's going to stop. But anyway, oh yeah, I just called this Specimen 2B, so it's a lot of fun. This was drawn with black Prismacolor. Get it up right like this.
It's so cool.
Black Prismacolor. How long did that take? Probably 10 hours. And this dude's just chilling like, well, I don't know what this is running through me, but hello.
The "this is fine" meme.
Let's keep going.
This is fine.
More characters. There we go. All right, we're going old school here. So I'm holding the camera.
hi,
I think you
Rodney.
guys are gonna be able to see this a little bit better. So let me just turn this. It's like a mixture of several different animals. So this was sketched with a black Prismacolor and also a 4B pencil. And the layering, the biggest thing was the layering. So it probably took about, probably like 12 hours for this thing.
Yeah.
I think the majority of the time actually wasn't spent on the tiny details. It was laying the foundation for the body and just making sure that everyking underneath
Streaming's
the
going
stripes
good,
and the
yeah.
muscle
I'm
tone
doing.
and everything
I'm
was
doing some work
looking
on my.
okay
I'm plotting
before I
some
even
stuff for
jumped
book
into
2.
anything else.
I keep getting distracted by this guy's
Alright,
videos though.
so
They're just so cool. It's like
see
so
what I got.
inspiring.
Just some architectural designs like this here. I'll just move this over. Alright, ballpoint pen. Old one. Old sketchbook.
Oh my
Probably-
god.
I don't know, maybe 8 years old.
It's so
Like that.
cool.
There's more. Just some doodles that I was working on for a personal project. Okay, I love architecture. So much fun. And then got some more freakiness going on here. So I harp on knowing the skeletal anatomy for creatures before you jump into the skin and fur, scales, or whatever. So what I did was I drew the bone first, the skull, and then I did a skin version of what I feel would be the best way to show it. You know, like where the eye would be located. Tiny little eye. I probably should have made a bigger eye. Now that I look at it. Okay, but there's the same creature. That's not the same skull though.
Just some doodles for personal projects show
Wait,
some of the most
what was
detail.
I doing?
Yeah,
I don't
literally.
even know what I was doing. But this is the same beast
That's
as
cool.
this one.
That's incredible.
Okay. Got a little demonic character there with his pet dog.
Yeah, like
Why not, right?
what are they called? What's those hounds?
Yeah, we got
Hellhounds?
An owl creature. I like anthropomorphizing them. Environment doodles. Just to practice. There we go. A lot of fun here. Trying to get that in focus here.
Oh my
so
god.
So the glare isn't all too powerful. Okay. Don't know what that is.
Like a tick.
Weapons? Yes. There it is. Alright, this was a big creature of mine. Did this about 8 years ago. Black Prismacolor 4B pencil. Yeah, big one. Part of my
Wow.
Core 117.
Yeah.
Weapons? Swords? I believe that was for a canceled game project. This is Osmar. Osmar was my personal character. This was not for a game. Just a big Viking guy. Doing some faces here.
God, it's incredible.
See what else we got. More thumbnails.
Ah, I love the thumbnails.
Oh yeah, gotta put in those thumbnails, right? So much fun. Hopefully this is fun for you guys too. Hey, look, more thumbnails.
It is fun. It is
This was
fun,
a skeletal
sir.
character. Don't even remember what it was for. Just decided to doodle that one day. There we go. Good old Charcatora. Pretty. Oh yeah, 4B, Black Prismacolor. A lot of it went into the details on this one, just because of the feathers. Very fine feathers and fur together.
Oh my god.
I want to make sure that looks decent.
I see a cow.
Big Demon, this was on Imagine FX also. I don't remember what issue. This was, I think, back in 2015, maybe?
God, it's really fucking cool, dude. Look, a cow!
Mixing a alligator snapping turtle, the horns of a water buffalo.
Yeah, water
and,
buffalo.
Oh yeah, this is more of my characters here.
Ooh.
I think this was a shaman. It's pretty old. I think it was an old ArtStation contest. Got that right there. Alright, got some more character doodles here. Just a big character named Bala. Yep, more creature studies. Writing down notes for myself just so I don't go crazy trying to invent something that has no frame of reference. Just I wanted to make sure that all the anatomy had a purpose, like why it has horns, etc. Oh, here it is. Here's Bala.
Look at that!
Big dude. Don't mess with him.
Wow!
Some of the stuff I can't show you just because it's still under NDA, so we'll skip past that.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, just some more creature heads. I think after I saw Dead Space, I wanted to draw something cool.
Oh my god.
You gotta skip that. Oh yeah. So this fella is called the Doomer Hoblin.
Doomer.
So the Doomer Hoblin.
Doomer
Probably
Hoblin.
saw the water buffalo and a camel spider head and the alligator snapping turtle, and I mixed it all together. And out came this grotesque monstrosity
The Doomer Hoblin.
with a character size comparison over here. Big guy. And after that, I wanted to keep the momentum going, so I just started doing more thumbnails. Not for the same type of creature, just
During Skyrim
with the
stuff,
doodles. So I
yeah.
wanted to keep the momentum going here and just really filling this sucker out. See what else I got here. Really quick doodles.
I have
Just,
so many empty
intergalactic
sketchbooks. I
entities, so
need to
there's-
like get back into drawing.
You can't really tell what's going on other than this is the neck. These are some spider feet. And, oh yeah, another guy.
Whoa.
So I was just playing with anatomy, seeing what I could do different for this creature. I think I got inspired for this particular one after I saw Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the
Oh.
Ring. So I just, wanted to do something of my own orcish invention. More heads. Weird stuff, by the way.
Wow, look at that guy.
So this one I think that was just for play. So figuring out grasshopper legs, what can we do if this creature wanted to jump and fly? This fella is called the Pemagort. It's part of my Ecor 117 project. That's a personal project of mine.
Oh.
So I got all the little fancy notes you see around here, trying to give myself an idea of just what the heck is going on for the anatomy, making sure every little bit has function, making sure the creature has personality. Gave it a little environment sketch just to show like what it lives in, swampy area. And then moving on to more. This is the Humbic. So the Humbic lays down like a rock, and it looks like a stone, but it actually chills underneath the mud, so you can see the little soldiers right here. And they don't realize that these, what appears to be rocks, are actually the Humbic hiding under the mud. Because this is what happens. See the head, how nasty it is? It just flings up out of the mud.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like when it peeks around.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
Giant ant. It's more of a mutated ant, so working on head concepts. This one I think was a canceled movie, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it was a canceled movie, just doing different creatures. It had to look a certain way, so it was very alien, but kind of softened, rounded. More architecture studies. Oh yeah. So our friend here is called the Charney Scarn.
Chinese
Part of
Scarn.
my project again.
Yay. Chinese
This
Scarn.
one, I use the example often if ever I mentor people and I tell them, hey, this is how you come up with really cool creature feet. Right, so you creature designers out there watching me, if you're doing it for movies or games, or you're just doing it for fun, there's a lot of character possibilities with just having cool and unique hands and feet.
Yeah, that does look really cool.
Don't skimp out on those. Tree concepts. Right there. Big, grotesque creature, and it's not nice. Definitely not nice. Black Prismacolor, 4B pencil mixed. Just a close-up of its head over there. And then
Oh,
kind of looks like Rick Moranis almost.
in memory of Douglas.
More studies. Studies. This stuff, I don't show this that much. I don't even have this in my online portfolio. It's just, I do these kind of doodles all the time. More architecture.
If this isn't in
Just to
his
see
portfolio, I can't imagine what he
weird
actually
ideas
shows
I can come up with,
clients.
for better or for worse.
Because this stuff is incredible. So he must have some great
That was more
stuff.
of the movie project. It's a strange bird slash
That's cute.
dragonfly thing. Yeah. I think this was like almost like a yak, a water buffalo mixed.
Yak.
Very alien. Little flying critter. It had to be very smooth and not ripped. More thumbnails.
Yay.
You guys know what I mean by now? You know my channel, I love thumbnails.
The thumbnails are
There's
cool.
the tree. I probably have shown this in a past video too. This was done for a miniature. I think it was made.
Ooh, I like that.
I can't remember. Oh yeah, the Baffragort. So that's part of my Ecor 117 project. All the little notes you can see around there. You guys can probably pause it and just read this stuff. It's really tall.
I need to get back to
Very,
my
very
writing.
tall. This was part of the miniature game too. So those of you doing board games, miniatures, they have to be built a certain way also. They liked this one. So it went through several iterations before the hiring manager liked it. The game director liked it, so we kept it. This was the back. So make sure the anatomy looked at least decent. Yeah, a lot of fun. And I think this was the base. So I get asked often, like, do you have to do everything in Photoshop? I'm like, no, you don't. You don't have to do everything in Photoshop. But it definitely helps in case changes need to be made. Okay, and then, oh yeah, the hind rope, part of my project. Very deadly. You can see it hanging from the tree.
It's just
So it
like all
blends
this
in
stuff is
beautifully
so
with
unique,
trees,
you know. Like every design
and
is
you can't tell
something
until
different.
it bites your face. And then this is the, oh man, Orpa Chakra. I think the apex.
What is that
of my
alien? That lizard
project.
alien with his thumbs up.
Very deadly.
What is he
There's
doing?
a little dude
Who
hiding
is
behind a rock.
that? Who's that alien guy?
So, that was my sketchbook walkthrough.
Who's that? What's that
Guys,
alien movie?
I can't walk through all of them. But
Why is he with his
the
thumbs
next time
up?
I do a walkthrough, I'll be sure to show you a different one. Okay? If you have any suggestions on the types of drawings you want to see in my next walkthrough,
gosh.
then let me know.
Who
I may
is
have to
he?
just fill up a new sketchbook just so I can walk you through it. So be
Here
it.
we go.
That'd be
We'll
Hello,
watch
everyone.
one more
Welcome
video.
back to my channel. So
And
this
then I
exercise
might,
I'm going to show you
oopsie.
today, you can see these little
And then I
doodles
might
up here.
end for
I'm going to show
tonight.
you how to,
Oh gosh,
make
I'm getting a
random
wee bit
shapes.
iffy.
and then I'm going to tell you
But
how
this has
to
been so
extract certain
fun.
shapes.
I won't be
to
live
make
tomorrow,
a
but we do
creature
have our
showing
12-hour
movement
stream.
and
Not
also
tomorrow, but the next day.
something
So
that looks
we'll have
balanced.
a
So you're gonna
lot
see
of
3
big
levels
streams.
of
You mean
it. Take a
Avatar?
look at
No,
these
no,
real
no,
quick.
no, the alien
So
movie.
you have something that doesn't
That
have
didn't
a
look
lot
like
of
Avatar.
detail.
No, the alien guy. Hold on. Alien movie. Funny. Paul! He looks like Paul. Paul movie. The guy with his thumbs up. Looked like Paul. Did you not see the thumbs up alien? Did you see him? It looked like Paul. That's what I was thinking of. Paul. Funny.
At all. And then you have one below it, number 2, that is slightly more detailed. You see some shading along the underbelly. And then you have this behemoth right here. It looks like a giant, coconut crab, mutated coconut crab that is, which is number 3. So obviously these are 3 different levels that you can have in a thumbnail sketch. But let's say that you want to just invent 3 random shapes. All right, so here's how to start. Take your pencil. It's pretty easy, right? You're going to take your pen, whatever you want to draw with, and you are just going to lay lines down like this. Don't think. Just lay them down. It's going to seem a little strange at first, so this is going to be a slightly different type of thumbnail. Just like this, and stop. So when I look at this, I think it kind of looks like the alien entity in Annihilation, if you've seen Annihilation. There are no limbs, there's no wings, basically nothing. Cool, let's move on to the next one. We're not going to forget this one. We're just going to move on, we're going to come back to it.
Okay.
All right, now let's try a little bit of a different approach. So make sure that your pencils are sharp and draw along with me. This one, we're not going to draw a ground plane like my previous thumbnails have. Instead, we're going to make big wispy movements that are long like a snake, like this. Okay, now, this type of shape, for me, it's a little bit more intriguing because it kind of reminds me of eels, sea serpents, basically anything that is terrifying in the ocean depths, and who isn't scared of what's actually down there. I find it fascinating and terrifying at the same time. All right, a bunch of lines going back and forth. It kind of looks like just a ton of guitar strings or just whatever is intertwined together. All right, so let's move on to scribble number 3. Now we've barely gone 3 minutes into this video and I already have 2 thumbnail sketches. I'm going to teach you, after we get this 3rd one down, how we can extract from these and then come up with something really awesome. All right, let's jump in. So this one, we're going to go the opposite direction. Well, a different direction. We're going to go up. Okay, and we're going to explode the pencil strokes outwards towards the top, and then maybe have some things hang off towards the bottom. And I'm definitely getting flying spaceship slash jellyfish vibes going on.
I
here.
was
don't know
personally
what's
getting
happening,
like...
but we're gonna find out soon enough.
See, okay, so with this one here, okay, well, with this one here, initially when I saw this stroke, it reminded me of like a claw. So I was kind of imagining kind of like a creature that doesn't have any legs, but has these like rounded pincer, like, can you see my mouse? Sorry, you can see my mouse? Yeah. So it's like something that has no legs, but has these like rounded kind of pincer-esque claws that it uses to just hook into the ground and pull itself across the ground. This one, I didn't really get anything from this one, to be honest. But then this one here, it kind of reminded me of like a mushroom slash nail. It reminded me of a nail. So like I can imagine it being something that has like a flat head. And I guess it depends on what route you want to take. Because if you were to take it down the like passive route, it could be like some sort of mushroom creature that just kind of like hides into the earth and then its head becomes flush. Or if you wanted to make it more armored, it could be like an armored head that protects it from like birds from above. Or if it was tiny, like I'm imagining it being a tiny creature, by the way, not a big creature. If it was a tiny creature, it'd have like an armored head just to protect it from birds trying to swoop it. And it could be like its own defense mechanism. And then it's got these nice, lovely legs, but doesn't have any arms. Like this is its body. That was initially what I thought. And then I guess if you wanted it to be large, again, this shape just really gives me like, hi Crocodilian, welcome. This shape just really gives me like plant. So if it was going to be larger, then I could imagine it being like a giant walking tree maybe that has a giant canopy. And it could be similar to like Howl's Moving Castle, where, because like Howl's Moving Castle is not a creature, but people live within it and it's just a moving house, whereas this could be like just a tree that has no sentience. It just roams the land, but animals have decided to call it home, and animals live within this giant walking tree. I think it looks like a monkey. This one looks like a monkey. I can't see a monkey, but I guess that's the beauty of it though, right? Is that we all see different stuff. That's what's so cool about this stuff. That's what I love. It's just so fun.
Okay. Not too exhausting, right? So let's number these 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. Multiple reasons why I like to number my sketches, and I think you should too. 1, helps organization. 2, it helps me pinpoint things for you all. Because if I draw something that is, number 20 or 21 and a whole sheet of thumbnails, I don't have to go, oh, third one down, fourth one over to the right, behind the one. Like, no. Make it easy.
Don't know where his hand is at.
Okay. So let's look at number 4 really quick.
Yeah,
now,
the one that I said
4,
was a mushroom?
I see the silhouette as just kind of like a cotton ball.
6, yeah, that was the one I was referring to as well.
You, as in maybe some creature designers out there watching this that don't really have practice with anatomy, and you don't really know a lot of animals, you don't know how to extract the anatomy, you don't even know what the heck you're looking at. So look at some weird shapes happening throughout these. All right? Now, I see what appears to be these large, bubbly wing shapes. That's just the first thing that comes to mind. I need to think about what I want to take out. Not take out as in erase it, but take out as in bring them towards us so that we can see them. This one out here almost looks like a head, but I'm thinking that maybe the head can be down there in this end. Keep it unpredictable. So I'm going to take my pencil, sharpened, and then I'm going to run it across the entire shape, keeping the pencil strokes close together. Hopefully you guys are too. This way, you can at least start to get some value in this shape. Notice how my pencil strokes are going above the shape and below it. I'm not trying to meticulously stay inside the lines. There's a time and place for that, okay? Meticulously stay inside the lines, as in hey, we're going to jump into details now, that's what I'm going to focus on. We're not doing these little details like I did this arachnid, okay? We'll get there, but for the time being, let's just put some shading in here to define the simple shape first. All right, now I'm not ending exactly on the top and bottom of the creature because I haven't really established it yet. I don't really know where it is. I kind of see it. Kind of looks like a wing. It kind of looks like a head. There's a ton of markings over there. So that's why I'm letting the shading
I don't think I can see what he
past it a little
sees,
bit.
but I trust the
So
process.
I'm going to try to get one more direction. Let's get one head on right here. Actually, nope, I already did that. And then I'm about, oh man, I almost smudged my previous drawing on another page here. It's this one.
Ooh.
I think you guys remember me drawing
Wow.
the Dimorphodon. It's in a previous video. So if you haven't watched me draw this one, go check it out.
That's so cool.
This one, we're going to do one more direction. It's slightly off from the others. So the key to this is to have the pencil strokes stay close together. That way you'll eliminate gaps. All right, so where do we go from here? Let's start putting in some shapes. Notice how there's floaty lines happening in other places. Like for example, this one down here is just going to stay. I'm not going to erase it. There's no point. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay on the lines and stay on the shape that I feel can help best give a cool shape for the creature. So right off the bat, I want to address something that I get asked a lot in comments. And the question is, how do you know what shapes to pull from the thumbnail if you don't know anatomy? Because people feel like I still know what a wing looks like. I still know what a leg looks like. And the truth is, yes, I do know what they look like. However, you're a creature designer. You're inventing a new wing and a new leg.
That's
so
true.
if I want to look at this and go, hey, I like this giant shape right here, why can't that be a scale? Or why can't that be a wing tucked in under the body? Don't worry too much about being perfect and exact. You're over analyzing these drawings. Don't do that. Sounds easier said than done, I get it. I'm so sorry when I say don't do that. It's like, yeah, well, I don't know how else to explain it, honestly. All right,
I mean,
so I'm
he's
just going
right.
to
That's fair.
put in some shading on the underbelly here.
You really
There's
just have to
nothing
trust the
happening down
process.
Here, so I'm assuming that this is just going to be the belly. Right, like this. Okay. Now, from here, we're going to do something fun. See all the details that I have in this arachnid? I'm going to do that in the front half of this creature, and we're going to bounce to it right now. Okay, so you can see here how I filled about half of this creature up with the details, and I let the other half just be more expressive and just kind of let the lines
See, I'm
go
kind
where
of
they
imagining this having
This
like
is a
frog
fun
legs
way
or
to
cricket
sketch
legs.
thumbnails too, especially if you want to bring focus to a certain part of it without having to render or sketch in the whole thing. We did this a lot back in the day for industrial design sketching of products, cars, but it's really for anything. So if you want to do props, characters, small critters, you know, you got your armor, you got your weapons, gear, all of that stuff.
Well, looks like a
It's lot
whale
of fun.
coming up to eat
Let's
something.
take a look at the
Whoa!
thumbnails that we have done already.
He just
Okay,
turned
so
it
we
into
have
a
the three up here.
dragon.
Let's get a good view of them. All right, now I explained all the details and the different stages you can put in. And then down
Look!
here, we did three.
What
So
the hell?
number 4, half of it's cut off. I showed you how to form this and put details in half of them because it's a fun and different way to approach it if you want to have a focal point in your sketch. So the focal point being the front of the creature here. I want you to look at the motion real quick. Even in the thumbnail form, it's still good to show movement. It's going to give you a good indication of how the creature is going to move, but also the drawings themselves won't look as boring and as stiff. Look at the S curve that's happening for this creature here. Okay, think about an eel. Think about worms and just creatures in general that used to swim hundreds of thousands of years ago in the ocean. you think about how they move, and land-dwelling animals, okay? You think about how certain claws are reaching forward, some are stationary. Look at how the claw on the left, right here, in the very center of this arachnid is actually, let me straighten this up, is actually leaning to our right. All right? So nothing is immediately straight up and down.
Yeah.
Look at this one. Look at how the head is poking straight forward, and we have the tail having a wispy effect, okay? And then the flippers, or the fins, are pointing backwards as if it's pushing through the water. Now, whenever you're thinking about motion, think about small little head movements too. When I'm sketching this thing, kind of looks like a UFO or ancient jellyfish with armor on the top.
See, he's the armor
I
too.
immediately think of tentacles and how they can move. Here's where the fun begins on this one. Doesn't matter where you put the tentacles. Just make sure that they are not symmetrical. Put a little chaos into them. Right?
Yeah.
Have all this movement happening. Maybe there are certain parts down here, and I know this is going to look a little crazy. Maybe there are huge appendages that are down here kind of like claws, but they're really long, and not any two of them are going to be doing the same thing. So this one is bent, this one next to it is bent differently. We got a long one here, maybe there's some tiny ones underneath. It's just a lot of really cool possibilities. It almost looks like a giant claw. It's kind of terrifying, actually. So the way we would go forward with this, remember what we did for number 4?
Yeah.
We're going to lay down some shading.
Yeah, chat.
And then
Lay
you're
down
going
your
to start to
shading
see
right
the
now.
shape emerge. So since this creature, I'm imagining,
Lay down your
is
shading.
facing towards us, where do you think the focal point's going to be? Is it going to be up here? Is it going to be down there? Well, that's up for debate, honestly, because I haven't even put a face in yet. I don't know what I want to focus on. All I know is that there's a huge V shape with tons of areas inside there that I can put giant eyeballs, no eyeballs at all, tons of teeth. But let's see what happens. So we're going to lay down that foundation again. When I say foundation, I throw that term out. I just mean shading, like foundation of shading. That's all. There we go, right like that. Turn it again. And I'm just going to hit it with one more direction just so I can cover some of those claws. So even at this stage, this raw, very rough cut, gritty stage of thumbnailing, lighting is still important. So since this body at the top is acting like a canopy, it's probably going to be casting a shadow on everything down here. Not probably, it actually will cast shadows down there. So I'll have to think about how dark I want the top, and then how dark, or how light I want the top, and how dark I want to make everything down there. Now, since this is a thumbnail, I'm not going to be going crazy with the details or anything like that. But I do know that I'm going to have to pay attention to the tips of these sharp appendages, and I'm just going to start darker at the tip, and I'm going to work my way lighter as I move up it.
Yeah.
That's because there's quite a bit of shading that happened down here, and I want to make sure the tips are visible so we know what the difference is between the fleshy body and these hardened. You know, it's funny. Kind of reminds me of a mantis shrimp. Those things are crazy, by the way. You guys aren't
Yeah, they are.
familiar with mantis shrimp. I mean, they make their living by just punching their prey. You don't even want them in a fish tank. They will punch the glass and they will break it. It's that strong.
I've seen
It's
videos
crazy.
of it before.
But anyway, it kind of reminds me of that just because these
That is
claws
crazy,
or these
actually.
appendages
I
are
watched like
kind
a
bent
video of
upwards as if it's
the
about to
shrimp
strike.
like punching a shell, like a crab, like just
There's
absolutely
some
demolishing him.
really amazing,
Poor
and
guy
beautifully
just got
deadly,
Like
critters
literally
at sea.
pummeled.
no matter the sea that you look into. All right, once we have this, we got a little bit better of an outline going on there. I'm thinking that maybe in here we can put in some more shading. Remember my previous lessons where I don't want to have any two values similar to each other to the point where it becomes hard to tell what's
Handsome
going on.
lizard? Yeah, he's
And I'm
pretty
just
handsome,
gonna have to
isn't
get
he?
darker with these sharp claws. And I'm just going to elongate them at the end. Oh yeah,
He's
this
like a
one down
serpent.
here.
Almost.
Watch what's happening, everybody. You got the darkest one in the front. You have the one in the very back. It's still darker than the light gray fleshy skin right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to make sure that all of these values are playing on with each other. Now look what's happening. We have this huge claw thing, and then we have
Watching
this
a
big one.
tutorial?
So these two are pretty much on the
Not
same
a tutorial. He's just kind
And then
of
this one
showing
is
how he. This one is about
sli-
how I turn random shapes into believable creatures, and he's just going over
slightly lighter because it's in the bottom
over
of the
yeah.
creature.
But
See how I'm not
also
being symmetrical
something that
either?
I
Like, this
found
is
quite
weird.
useful is, I guess like from when I remember drawing, right? And this makes so much sense if you're drawing with a pencil and no colors or anything of the sort. But, it's usually that the things in the back are darker than what's in the front because they have layers, right? They have layers that are creating shadows. So usually the stuff in the background is darker. But the way he draws, everything is lighter in the back and darker in the front. And I think that has truly opened my eyes to sketching and drawing with a pencil, because a lot of the time you end up making your drawings really dark. Well, at least I did. I would make my drawings really dark because my background was always really, really dark to compensate for the front. And when you're layering and trying to add detail, it can get really messy really quick, which I found really fascinating. I don't think he has anything in this one, but I'll see if I can quickly, we'll skip to another video. Oh, this one's cool.
Hey everyone, welcome.
Top 7 beginner mistakes for creatures. I wonder if he does it here. Let's skip ahead so I can get my thought out. No, he doesn't, I don't think. Oh, well, watch that video because that's a cool video. But he, for example, if it was this one here, he makes this back leg really, really light, and he puts all the focus in what you can see in the front, which makes so much sense because you can't see the back, but theoretically the back would look the same as the front. So to make the back, I don't know, the way he goes about it I just think is really fascinating.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. So today it's a bit of a fun roast on beginner creature designers. I'm going to teach you how to fix the most common mistakes that I see.
Doesn't it make sense for things in the foreground to be sharper? Yes, it does. But I just remember being from my minimal experience in school, whenever I used to draw, I always used to do things in the background dark because it's, like I said, it's further away or it's shaded by things. So in my little tiny puny brain, I was like, oh well, shadows cost darkness, darkness is from, shadows are dark, so those background elements would be darker. But watching this, it makes sense that it would be lighter, and this is really interesting. I'm learning.
See in creature design. Now, this is not directed towards anybody personally, and especially those of you listening right now that I have mentored over the years for, being a creature designer and such. But these mistakes either make your creatures look amateurish and or cartoony when you're trying to be serious. There's a time and place to make things look cartoony if you're going to do something that is a little bit more fun and boisterous and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's jump into it. First things first, the side eye. We've all seen this before, right?
The side eye.
We have a creature head. Okay, it's looking pretty decent, just the standard lizard reptilian head, and all of a sudden we have this massive eye that's too big for the face, and we have this bubbly, friendly looking eye when we're trying to draw something
evil,
sinister and malevolent and demonic and just mean and zombie-like,
yeah.
Whatever you want to say. So the other reason that this happens is because
hey Tinder.
folks just
We're
don't
learning
look
how
at
to
a lot
draw.
of references, and that's okay. You can
I'm
fix
writing.
that. eyeball
but
itself
we're
is too big.
watching some character
Eyeball
design.
is
It has been
shaped
so
like a football,
fucking cool.
So don't do eyeballs.
I was thinking of making a coffee. I know I
And
said I
then
was gonna
two,
not cancel.
forehead
I know I said I was
is
gonna
way
end,
too
but
close to the eye
I'm
and
still
depth.
feeling
have
it.
to
I'm
leave
still feeling
space
it. I think we'll stay a
in
little bit
between
longer.
to not only show that there's an eye socket, but two, there has to be cranial structure to house a brain and house spikes and fur and tentacles and whatever else.
I think I want to find another one. I know I said we were gonna watch this one, but
probably add to that drawing, but I'm gonna do another mouth.
I think I want to find. I want to subscribe though, because I'm definitely gonna come back to this guy. I want to watch like drawing techniques that will make your creatures jump off. Jump off what?
Okay.
Jump off a bridge?
We've all seen this before.
Jump off the page?
All right.
Jump off the page.
Hey everyone. So in today's video, it's going to be a little bit of a different approach here. I'm gonna walk
Bombastic
through
side eye, yeah, literally.
sketch that I
I'm also
did.
writing nice.
It's about a 20-something minute sketch, so it won't take that long. I just want to go over the fundamentals of how I start sketching, and
It's gotten me wanting to
You can see the
draw.
type
Like
of
I
pencil
wanted,
that
I want. That's the
really
reason that I
about
wanted to end stream was because like
not
I want to draw, but I need
too
to
much
get
on
a bit more
paper to draw
writing
on,
done.
or the pencil you have, because at the end of the
And
day,
then I'll probably draw
it
after I
just
finish
matters about
stream.
how you apply the lines and how you let your brain completely,
I might make a coffee.
how should I put this, flow. Okay, I think the word flow is probably the best word to use. And what I mean by that is, as an artist, we tend to get in our own heads when we're creating things. And a lot of times, details become so prominent that we do it too quickly. So you can see here that while I'm drawing this creature, I'm putting in multiple eyeballs. I think I'm going for another cosmic horror drawing. Creature design, for those of you that are tuning in just for the first time.
Oh, the writing's coming along good. I know you got a damn good eye for writing.
Cosmic horror.
Thinking of doing some drawings and sketches, yeah.
A worm slash.
Writing's good. I'm still putting out my
gigantic
chapters. I'm up to
caterpillar
chapter 15 right
but
now. And that's why I wanted to
as-
switch the video
as
over
the
to something more like this because I'm up to a part. So far it's going good, but I'm at a part where we're introducing a creature that so for those of you who don't know, I'm plotting book 2 and I don't really know. I have a start and I have an end to where I want the book to end at. But even now as I'm writing, I'm unsure because I feel like this book might end up being really big. So it's either going to be the story is either going to finish in book 2 or it might end up having 3 books, but I'm kind of just letting the story flow as I go, and I'm up to chapter 15. And I added this moment that just felt right. But the thing is I did not prepare for this. Like, this was never something that I even had planned even, like, a year or so ago. Like, because how do I explain it? I always knew what I wanted book 2 to be. I always knew what I was going to have in book 2. This was never a part of the plan. So I'm really struggling on how to incorporate this, and basically we come across this big creature and we're running for our fucking lives. Well, currently we're running, but we are going to come face to face with this creature. I'm still unsure if it's going to be like a life or death situation or if it's going to be a moment of realization or like, because this creature is, well, what I wrote is that like I just wrote that this creature is far beyond anything any of them know. It's a hidden beast that rarely arises, and yet it's here. So I was like, okay, something big has to be happening in the story for this creature to have made itself present and be going after our group. But what is this creature? Like, I want to make something up, but I just don't know. So I wanted to switch the video to more creature design so that I could get a bit more inspired on what I want this creature to be and what its purposes will be, because then I can kind of, because a lot of my creatures are based on mythology, so I'll probably do some research afterwards where I can actually use my Google, because every time I go to Google it changes the YouTube where I can look up some mythological creatures and implement some sort of mythology to the creature. But I'm thinking I'm thinking, yeah, I wanted to watch some of the video of his video stuff to try and get a little bit inspired, but I really liked his sketchbook thing. Is that a freaking shark? Hold on. Sasquatch? Bigfoot documentary? Oh my god. Hold on. Save to watch later. I love Bigfoot. I fucking love Bigfoot. I'm watching that later. I love Bigfoot. I think I tell you guys all the time, and I don't think you guys believe me, but I have such a fascination. I'm a Bigfoot believer. I fucking love Bigfoot. Like, I'm all for the Sasquatch. He's real. He's real. I believe in him. Oh, here we go. This one's good. Yeah.
Hey everyone.
I think this will be good.
My channel, where I help you become a better artist. So,
all right, I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll be back.
Drawing creatures that you have originally designed and then putting them in different positions and having them look the same. It's a skill that is sometimes a little confusing to learn, only because proportions may be incorrect, or you don't really know what's going on with your creature design other than the front of it, because that's the coolest part. You want to show it off. So I'm going to teach you how to do this, and we're going to keep things simple. So this is going to be minimum shading, and I'm doing it with a pen, so there's going to be no erasing whatsoever. I'm going to show you how to start it too. So the first thing I do is I'm just going to put in some basic shapes that I think would be cool for a creature to have. So let's say that you're designing something that has a rather complicated stance. Okay, maybe there's multiple legs. I mean, hey, you can't go wrong with multiple legs, right? All right, so here it's going to be a rather I was going to say sluggish, and that's kind of ironic because it's going to look like a slug, but it's going to be a sluggish creature, a little Lovecraftian, obviously. So I'm going to put some tentacles here, but I'm not going to be overly detailed. Okay, so the majority of the details that I'm going to put in are only for the outline. All right, so once I'm starting to get the shape in here, I'm noticing some areas where I can put in some cool details. Like, for example, right underneath the tentacles. Here, let's darken the edges up here so you can actually see them. Right, like that. And you want to be confident with your lines when you do pen work. Now, everything's not going to be super pretty. Like I said, no eraser. You're at the mercy of your arm doing the strokes with the ink. But you want to continue the line as you go through. Okay, so it looks like this thing is just going to be bent a little bit. Bent as in, imagine a cobra, like a cobra that's about to rear up and bite someone. All right, you have the body that's rearing up in the S shape. I'm going to do that same thing here with the slug, though. And the reason that the outlining is going to be important because that helps establish the silhouette. And you really can't put creatures in different views unless you know what the silhouette is. Everything that happens inside here won't matter. It doesn't matter because that's all, not fluff, but that's all stuff that I can just add later when I deem necessary. All right, so now that we got that turned up here, it's not going to be a large creature either. Okay, so maybe it curls like it's doing right now, like you can see. However, it plants itself on the ground by these appendages that bend. Ooh, this is like really creepy now. All right, so maybe that's how it walks. Maybe it just pushes itself along the ground. Maybe we can put some poison sacs on the side here.
Okay, I'm back.
Wondering, this is the head.
Oh, what are we cooking?
I guess the mouth is down here.
I think for the time being in my book, I'm just going to name it Creature.
Because we are designing this from scratch. I'm not looking at anything on my computer screen. I'm not looking at any reference. I'm just winging this. Now, those of you that are new to my channel, I design creatures and characters for video games and movies. Currently work at Airship Interactive, And we tend to, as creature designers, we tend to make up a lot of stuff on the fly, but also we're not capable of making up anything on the fly unless we look at reference from nature. And if you guys want more info on, like-minded individuals, if you want to join our Discord, that'd be awesome. Check out the link in the description below. Creature Design Workshop Discord is free to join. The community is growing very, very fast. We have an influx of people coming in every day. You're free to.
It kind of looks like the alien.
Any new work that you
like the face hugger. That's what I'm getting from that. His face hugger.
We'll try to help as best we can. Okay. This is like a fun little creature. Who knows what creatures look like on other planets? This poor thing never really evolved well enough to walk.
He's the runt.
So it just scoots itself around. Maybe it's at the mercy of nuclear testing. I don't know. And you can't complete a slug-like creature without making it look like a caterpillar at the same time. Put some legs in there. Have it be creepy looking. We'll do that. Okay. Like I said, I don't really care about details inside there, so I'm ending the design back here with maybe a curly tail behind the legs. But what I am interested in is the face. The face, no matter what you're drawing, is going to usually dictate
what's
happening with the rest of your creation. Let me elaborate.
You guys didn't
A lot of
see
times
anything.
when we design creatures and characters, we think about cool things that we want them to wear or have on their bodies. And there is absolutely no emotional attachment whatsoever. And that's you're setting yourself up for failure. You might as well not even put it in your portfolio if you're going to do that. Because nobody's going to give a crap about what you're drawing. If you're just doing another dragon, another elf mage, another half-naked
You
chick,
saw nothing.
nobody's gonna care. What you have to do is you got to put some emotion behind it.
I don't know what
It's
you're
the
talking
same
about.
thing as screenwriters, writing scripts, and there are certain successful movies where you actually care about the characters. You have to establish it. Well, think about a 2D artist. You don't have this hour and a half to 2 hour time frame to like a character. You have 8 seconds. That's not an exaggeration. 8 seconds. If you put your work in front of a hiring manager, they don't care that your portfolio is 30 pages long. All they care about is if the first couple images grab their attention. And if it's the same freaking thing over and over and over again that they see over and over and over again from all students, they're not going to care and you're not going to get a job. I don't know why I just went on that tangent, but it's true. Because I've been a victim of that. I shouldn't say a
what
victim.
is that?
I've been guilty of that. So, the face.
Is that a tongue?
It's looking pretty gnarly. I just watched The Void again. Those of you that don't know what The Void is, you can watch that on, I believe it's Shudder now. It's one of the few. You can't even call them straight to videos anymore if it's on a platform, because there's just no such thing as videos. I mean, Netflix is really up in their game as far as funding for Netflix movies now. But I watched The Void on Shudder, and it's
I haven't heard of it.
Lovecraftian cosmic horror movie. It's really, really good. Okay, so now we got this. Let's establish some of these feet here, because I don't want to just.
Your writing surprised you. That's the moments I was talking about that I love so much. Just the water flow around the tree. See if it makes it. Same. I've been going down some old world rabbit holes. Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Now, you're probably wondering first off, how do I know to put that leg back there? Because it's the farthest one back. So in perspective on the other side of the body, the shoulder joint's going to be on this side, so it's probably going to bend around the back of that too.
Right.
And I'm barely pushing with my pen. All right, so I've made a couple videos already where if you want to have a good shading technique with the pen, you can't tilt it to the side and expect it to spread graphite or spread ink like it does graphite with a pencil. Okay, but you still can achieve somewhat of the same effect. You just turn it to the side and lightly rub the brass tip across there, and it just takes a little bit more patience. And you'll start to see the gap open up. Okay, like gaps in the paper, and then you just hit it at different angles, like this. So then when you zoom in, you'll be able to see it. See that roughness right there? That's what you can do. Now, you don't want to tilt your pen up like this, because then you end up making definitive lines and you can't get rid of those. You definitely don't want to do that. Okay, so now that I have this, I don't really need to worry too much about that back tail, because I'm going to be doing another view where we'll show what that looks like. So how do I turn this sucker to another view and still keep it looking like the same creature? The first thing you have to do is establish the largest shapes first. Okay, so we have to break this creature down into the most basic shapes it is. Look at the head. It's an egg. It's literally an egg, and then you have a cylindrical shape that's like a caterpillar. That's it. Okay, I'm telling you, keeping things simple. The hardest thing about this is going to be placing the legs. But once we get the proportions right, we'll know where to place those legs. Okay, so let me darken the actual body so you can see it. Especially over here.
Darken it.
Over there.
Let us see.
Okay, so like right in there. Oh, I gotta do this thing. Give me 1 second. Okay.
It's also incredible that he's doing this with a pen. Hello? I wanna wait. I'm sorry for being so impatient. I really loved his sketchbook tour. I want to see if he has another sketchbook. Oh,
let's do the back view.
My headset's yelling at me. Hold on, I need to plug my headset in. My headset going die.
If you're a concept artist or an
My headset
aspiring
going
concept artist
die.
wanting to get a
I
job
want to see
in a
another
studio,
sketchbook
you have to be able to take
tour, because
all
that one
your
was
designs
really
and
good.
do multiple iterations of this. Same thing with industrial design.
That just looks
same thing with-
incredible. Even that. What is this?
Hey everybody, welcome back to Draw. Been drawing for years, and you go, "There's no way in hell I'll be able to do that." And you're like, yes, you can. A lot of
I have a dragon that
it's just amount of.
I
it's
should
just
try
the
and show
amount
you
of
guys. Should I try and find it and
what
show you guys?
work
Hold on.
able to
And then
put
we'll bring up a
See
I'll bring
the
up
atmospheric
a
perspective that I'm pushing off there.
see if he has like
And now
another
I'm kinda
sketchbook
floating
tour.
around the page,
But I'm gonna go find that.
putting
that
in some
artwork.
darkness on top of other
Hey, Brian,
graphite
that's it.
because I want
Can you
areas
guys still hear
to
me?
stand out. There's some more fog/mist. Okay, so now it looks like the creature's head is coming forward. And I'm going to start to blend in the graphite with the neck below, that gullet area and the neck. You can't see a lot of the neck just because the angle that it is coming out at us.
Actually, I might have a picture already on my
But
phone.
I will
I've
indicate
taken pictures of it
some
before.
markings like that.
Hold on a second.
Like if
I
you're
spent all
familiar
that
with
time
the
trying to
red
find
iguana,
it.
or any iguana for that matter, and a lot of bearded dragons and other lizards where there's a lot of spikes. I like putting those on my creatures, not necessarily out of habit. But I do love them. I think they look awesome. It's like a little finishing touch. But I do it because it's kind of a guideline, especially if you're doing something really complex and large. So notice how far back I'm actually holding my pencil. Hey, I'm trying to get in that little crease right there.
If I can find
There we
it,
Ignore the focus. Focus comes back. There you go.
that'll be great.
So now I'm putting in some more work on just the arm area. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
What this does is it just gives you an indication like, okay, you know what? Something is going on over there. But I'm really not going to go into too much detail on what it is because it's not that important. It's not important, folks.
I'm
You
so
don't have to
positive
put
I have a
detail
picture
in
already on my phone.
Everywhere. You only need to put the details into places that you want to sell, and that's it. And here, I want to
I
sell
might just have to take a new
the
pic.
ferocity of this serpent. That's it. I don't care about selling the entire creature. I don't care about selling the teeth or how big its claws are. Nope. All I care about is selling, like, hey, it's mean, it's nasty, it's a guardian, and it will get you if you mess with it. So here I'm indicating the other side of the arm, or its other arm, I should say. It's going to be a slightly different bend.
Okay, I'm gonna take a new picture. Sorry, guys. I
Put
want
in
to show
some
you guys
claws
my
there.
dragon.
See how loose this is?
If I can find it, it should be one of my
It's because I don't care.
most recent images.
And there's a relaxing feeling when you know you don't have to care as much when you're sketching creatures, or sketching anything for that matter. Use the gesture to your advantage. It's the thinking lines that really come into play. Okay, so now I'm putting in.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, so now I'm putting in some
I'm gonna show you my
random darker
dragon.
lines here and there to areas where I feel like it could be outlined some more. There we go. I do want to show off those claws just a little bit to kind of ground the creature. So I'll indicate some claws on the back foot, and then that's it. I'll make them larger than the front
All right,
claws.
you
I
guys
think
ready?
I do correct that here in a couple seconds.
You guys ready to see my dragon?
I'm just like, well, you know what? Those were a little too small. They probably won't be able to grip anything. Give it a little Velociraptor dew claw. I don't know.
For
Indication
Velociraptor,
of some
what
joints.
claw?
There we go. And I start putting in some shading here on the neck.
Oh, why isn't it loading?
Keep that one direction going as far as I can go. Yeah, then I turn the
Hello.
page. So if you're still following along, I commend you for that.
Sorry.
I also commend all of you for really sticking to it,
There we
trying
go.
to get better at your art. It's
Thank
a journey.
you,
folks.
sir.
You're not gonna be a master overnight. Okay? It takes time, but I just want you to know that I'm gonna put out as many lessons as
Oh
I
my god, that fucking scared the shit
I hope
out of
you absorb
me.
as much as you can. I
Alright,
also have a lot
guys,
of
my dragon.
things planned for this channel. Now that
Oh, sorry.
I feel good about the direction.
Hold on.
and
Ah,
I'm
my
also
dragon is
really
too big.
excited.
Hold on. Hold on. My
Because
dragon's too big.
Doing YouTube tutorials
Let
is
me make
something
them
that
smaller.
I did think about in the past. I've mentioned this. In
I
several
drew this,
videos, several
like,
community
I don't
posts,
know,
but you know, now that I'm
maybe
talking about
6 or so
it,
years ago.
I've taught in person before. I've been teaching online for years. I taught
My
at the
dragon.
University of Cincinnati.
I never
taught,
got to finish it.
foundation drawing, and I remember going into those
But as you
classes,
can see, he's wearing
waiting for the
armor.
class to come in.
He was gonna be
I
a
had-
war dragon.
Foundation drawings, or I'm sorry, Foundation Studio was for students that were
A war dragon.
not in their major yet. They had to do a year of foundations.
But yeah.
So it was graphic designers, industrial designers,
So I love this stuff.
fashion fine artists, and architects had their own foundations. So I was
Let me
teaching
find
those 3
a-
areas. And I had all walks of life for students at all drawing levels. Some of them were just awesome right out of the gate. Some of them had never drawn a thing.
I
So
hope
it was
I'm
my job
awesome
to
right
teach them
out
how
the
to
gate.
draw. And I remember
Hi, Aaron.
telling everybody giving everybody the syllabus and giving everybody the list of materials. And they're just like, that's a big sketchbook. What are you planning on doing? And I'm like, you're going to draw a lot every day. You're going to draw every day. And at the end of foundations.
And it's like, well, I remember when I was in school, and I need to like bring this back into my real life art, but because my drawings are not perfect. I would say back in the day, I was a pretty good drawer. I thought I was a good drawer. I loved drawing. I still love drawing. I just went through like a weird, mental health be making you not do your hobbies. And well, that's what happened. And I stopped drawing for a very long time and then have struggled to pick it back up again. Especially because my skill set has diminished. But I remember all my friends used to say, like, how do you draw so good? Why do you draw so good? Genuinely, like he says, like, you just have to draw every day. Like, when you have a skill, you just have to hone it every day. If you do it daily and just practice daily, you're gonna get better. And no one is born like being like personally I believe no one is born being being perfect at something straight away, right? Like, sure, some people can do things a little easier than others, but with enough effort, everybody is able to have like a high enough skill to create. Like anybody, like truly anybody, any one of us could learn to draw like this. You just have to have the time and patience and persistence, right? And when I was in high school, all the time, even for my personal drawings, I was always drawing. I was always doing studies, right? Like I was always especially for, I am really big on human anatomy, so I was always like, well, mostly human figures, not necessarily anatomy because I suck at hands, but like human, like facial features, body features, things like that. Like I even for my oh my gosh, I had the hiccups. For my grade 12 project, I literally took a picture of my sister. I had her sit in this pose, and it was really interesting because my grade 12 art project was like just based on the perception of human bodies, and I drew, like my study was like me drawing a figure how I think their proportions would be, a picture of my sister, and then drawing the same pose. Like, okay, so imagine it was a T pose. Let's just say it's a T pose. It wasn't a T pose. It was a bit more different. It was a lot different to a T pose. But let's just say I drew a T pose from memory of how I think a human would look in a T pose. And then I draw a T pose based on having a reference of my sister, who was a real human, obviously, and how a real human would look in a T pose, and just showing this, and then doing a, like, kind of like a, like, comparison notes saying what is different between my initial perspective and reality. And truly, I wish I had it still, but my perspective made my figure a lot skinnier and less human. It was almost alien-like. And then when it came to reality, you had to add those bumps and lumps and human features, right? Because every human has bumps and lumps no matter how skinny you are. But it was just one of those things I used to do all the time, and I really want to get back into doing it because that was always really fun. I used to do it for literally everything. Damn. I love that shit. I love it. Same. You gotta get back on that. Make some illustrations for that amazing book. I would love to. I did in the past, like, God, like four or so years ago. I don't have it anymore, but I have the memory of it, drawing what I wanted Esme and Eddie, my two main characters, what I wanted them to look like, and I believe I also drew Saturn, which is another character. He would be really cool to draw, though. But, oh, yeah. No, I think I'll have to get to it. But I don't know. I've always loved, my main points of art have always been figures or just humans and dragons. I've always loved drawing dragons. I've been drawing dragons, like, since I could draw. I used to have this one picture I did. Oh my god, it was my favorite drawing. It was just of a head of a dragon, and I had colored it in so beautifully. Well, beautifully to me as like a 12-year-old. I loved it so much, and then I lost it, and I could never find it again. And I think about it still to this day because it used to be my favorite drawing. I just hold such a fond memory of it. It was so fucking great. It was like, imagine a dragon, but with the colors of a peacock. Like, it was just this really vibrant extra dragon. Like, oh my god, it was so fucking cool. You can make it look better. You have so much more knowledge. That is true. I did draw some landscapes of my book, maybe like a year or so ago, because I was trying to envision how I wanted the initial view of our main characters leaving the town, because when she first leaves the town, it's so whimsical and magical and ethereal, compared, because it's like her initial, because it's like I wanted the initial like moment to feel otherworldly, right? Like, Imagine Dragons? No, not Imagine Dragons. I wanted it to feel like like, she went to heaven. Like, she literally opened the gates to heaven, and it was just this beautiful world. Little did she know the darkness that seeped deeper into the realm. But I tried to draw what I wanted it to look like, and it wasn't really coming together. So I know that in my next set of edits that I'll be doing in the new year, I'm going to change some aspects of the descriptions. Because there's one main descriptor that I've decided I don't like anymore. There's one aspect that I described, and I mentioned it multiple times in the book, so that's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to go over, but I've decided I don't like it anymore. Or at least I'll change it slightly, because it just doesn't fit the vision that I'm after. So I'm gonna change it, but I did try to draw it, and luckily I did, because when I did, I was like, ew, I don't like that anymore, because I did it in color, like I colored it in and stuff, like with my little pencils, you know, the little artist that I am, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it one frickin' bit. One-handed typing, that's fine. It's all good. My typing has been shocking. The whole thing I've been drawing, the whole thing I've been writing has like 10,000. Oops, sorry.
Progress.
Has 10,000 freaking typos, because I can't.
Remember
What is happening? Where'd he go?
I can't draw anything. There's
there we
no
go.
way.
Oh, the sketchbook. Okay, hold on.
Let
Let me
find.
find Sorry. Let me see if we can find a sketchbook. Ooh, fear takes shape, capturing the horror in a scary creature. Oh, maybe. I was looking for a sketchbook tour, because his last one was really fucking cool. Maybe we'll do that one.
Oh, hi.
That's an hour. Okay,
We
yeah,
are
an hour is
some
fine.
very scary stuff today. So I'm gonna walk.
Does he
you
best
through
artist? Thank you.
What I like to do.
Okay,
when
we
I
have
do-
an hour. I'm hoping. Okay, so this video goes for an hour, so I'll be live for one more hour. And I'll be, so I'm currently at chapter, I'll keep you guys posted. I'm at chapter 15. An hour. At least 10 chapters in an hour. I'm hoping. Yeah, at least 10 chapters. Chapter 25. 10 chapters in an hour. That's the goal. That is the goal. I'll keep you posted, though. No guarantees. No promises.
A creature that's supposed to scare the hell out of you. And if you're wondering, like, hey, how can I make my creatures scarier, because they tend to be bubbly and cute? Well, I'm going to show you how to unbubble your creatures and how to make them not cute. So pay attention. All right, so let's go cosmic horror, since that to me is the scariest form of creature that you can do, because it's space.
Wait, I'm gonna move my mic back to my keyboard so you guys can hear my typing.
Let's see what happens. So I'll draw big enough on the screen here so you can actually see it. Let's do something a little strange. Okay, something a little out of the ordinary. Maybe it doesn't have a normal mouth. I'm just letting the pencil flow where it wants to. I like drawing arachnid type things, so maybe this creature is not going to be arachnid. It's actually going to be rather bulbous. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Alright, so we got like this hulking shape right here. It's similar to a beetle. And instead of insectoid legs, I'm thinking, you know what? What if this thing is like a blob and it lives in like a sewer area? Or not a sewer, but just someplace really disgusting to clean up its from. Now, what that means is there could be a lot of strange things on its body. Talking tentacles, if it lives in muck and garbage. Maybe there are suction cups where it kind of eats that stuff. I don't know. I don't want to puke while I'm just drawing. That's gross. But I think I will add some tentacles here.
I'm trying to envision my creature right now, but I have an idea.
Could exist on it.
I think I want it to be an
But
insect,
not
but I'm
necessarily.
unsure.
I'm not going to necessarily be committed to it.
I might just make a quick note of that,
Now, first
actually.
things first, I always like to establish.
Actually, we'll do that at the end of the chapter notes.
This is not going to be a familiar face. What I'm doing now is I'm thinking outside the box. And
Is insectoid a word?
Going
Apparently it
outside of
is.
the
Thank you. Insectoid is a word. The more you know.
one humanoid looking face. No faces that I know of on any animal on Earth. But this could potentially exist somewhere, because I do have to make this feasible. Those of you that are new to my channel, welcome back. This is where I help you become a better artist. I want to thank everybody for subscribing too, because you guys are awesome, man. YouTube has been such a pleasure to get back into ever since, I don't know, the end of May of last year. I cannot believe it's 2024. That's nuts. Okay.
2024, but it's
Now
you're.
I'm starting to see.
Can you believe it's almost 2026?
Also,
That's
if
what's
you're new,
crazy.
my method of designing creatures might be different than what you're used to. I like to really emphasize the thumbnail stage, and then once I get the thumbnailing down, I like to pour my heart and soul into the face and especially the personality of it. Because the details in the face are ultimately going to dictate, usually, what's around the rest of the body. So this is how I typically start the drawings. Whenever I do a creature that I have no idea what's going to happen. And I think that's the funnest part about it. Alright, so it looks like this face, well, I was thinking that these could be eyes. And then I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe it doesn't have any eyes. Maybe it just has like a disgusting mouth right there. So I'm just going to draw some strange looking fangs slash...
Ooh, I can draw my creature! Oh my god, wait. I have to tell you guys. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to write, but I'm also like so obsessed with watching this video right now. I have a creature in my book. It's called an Ordred. And, oh my fucking god. It's called an Ordred. And, sorry, I'm getting so excited. Okay. It's called an Ordred. And it, is like it's this like skeletal creature, humanoid skeletal creature. It's like it's just bones and skin, and it has these long dagger-like fingers and just a faceless face. Has no eyes, ears, nose, just a gaping hole with like layers of teeth, like a god, like you know those, like, I've seen it before. You know those worms, when you see worms and it's got like the rows and rows of teeth? That's what it looks like. It's just rows and rows and rows of teeth. Because what it does is it lives in dark caves and it eats the walls to like create new holes, and like it digs around with its hands and its face, and that's what it does. But because they're blind, blind and deaf, they have to like maneuver through vibration, and that's how they also like get their prey, is through vibration. And just the way that I envision them is just this lanky creature that can barely hold its head up. Like its head is heavier than its entire body, and it's just this like lanky skeletal like black thing. Just ooh, oh my gosh. And then I have another creature. It's called a I don't think did I give it a name? I think what did I call them? I don't even remember now. It's something sparrow. And it's a decrepit version of well, actually, that's a thing. They don't have a name yet, I don't believe. Unless I did give it a name. I don't remember. I can't believe I don't remember. There's a creature in my book that is good. Like, they're not actually like a focal... Well, the good version of them isn't a focal point, but they used to be good, but then some of them... How do I explain this with like... I don't want to give spoilers to anybody who might be interested, because I know a lot of you have been reading the book or are reading the book, or have told me that you want to read the book when it comes out, and I don't want to like give any spoilers whatsoever, but it's not really a spoiler. There's these like creatures, they used to come, they like Eddie used to say that they would come down during like the time. It was supposed to hint at springtime, but she kind of phrased it as like these creatures would come down from above like during the time of fertility, and they would help, like things would just blossom and grow and sprout, and they were just these like almost angel-like beings that would just bring life to the earth during this time of fertility. And then when it was time for them to return back to wherever they came from, because no one truly knows where they come from, because it's like they're supposed to be hinted at that it's like almost like angels, like I said, like they live in the clouds, like they come from the clouds, they just fly up to the sky, you don't see where they come from, you don't know where they live, they just appear during this one period. But sometimes they can't make it back, like some of them just don't make it back, and they go to like they're flying up to like return back where they came from, but some of them just don't make it and they plummet back to the ground, and a lot of the time they break their wings and they are just like they're unable to return. And this one area is where they continuously fall and have just congregated as this new being, because over the years they've just become more decrepit and less of their like beautiful angelic self. And it's supposed to be resembling like a harpy kind of in the vision, but their whole design is just this like just this creepy large winged bird, but it's not a bird because it's like also like human but not human, and it's like it's a whole thing. It's so freaking cool. I can't there's so many creatures in my book that this makes me I want to draw. I need to. We only have an hour. I need to get to work.
Pulling from the years of obsessing about insects and trying to, dive deep into my repertoire of insectoid reference in my brain, because it's pretty demented. And I'm trying to see what's going to work here. I don't know if it will. I'm going to try to make it work. This is one of the funnest parts about creatures. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, so right there, kind of looks like the top of the mouth, and I don't want that. So, why don't I add another layer in, right underneath?
I just love my freaking book, man. I love it. My book is fucking awesome.
Maybe it has like a proboscis.
Proboscis.
Okay, and then it has this like
Is it a
sharp-
butterfly?
Maybe it just like licks the ground, I don't know. Those kind of do look like eyes, don't they? Yeah, they do. Okay, so I don't want this thing looking like the Predator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change up that head a little bit. I'm going to add in some more tentacles here. So the head can actually be a little thicker here, and then maybe a
That's so fucking cool. Thank you.
each of those openings. That can be kind of neat. I have to watch my perspective though. I actually will use an eraser now.
That which I was about to say, that is fascinating, because we have currently watched him for 3.5 hours on multiple videos, and that's the first time we've seen him use an eraser. That's insane. He really doesn't do it all that often, it seems.
Correctly. So everything on this side of the center,
Which has been very fascinating to watch.
a little less.
I think this chapter's done.
Just gonna honor that. Indicate where
Yeah,
that
I think
hole
that's
might
done.
be. Just over on the other side of the head. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're getting somewhere really gross. So I'm gonna darken those up. There we go. Okay. Now the mouth down here, I have an idea. Let's get really deadly, and let's just hang a bunch of really sharp, disgusting teeth off of that sucker. You have no idea what's happening. Ooh, you know what? Why don't we just split it right down the middle?
Ooh.
Maybe the whole head opens up.
Oh god.
That's pretty deadly.
That's
I'm
fucked.
just gonna darken up inside there. Right, like that. There we go. Now, You're probably wondering, like, how am I just making this up as I go without doing thumbnails? Well, I did do a thumbnail. The thing is, I'm letting my brain just put lines down. That's all I'm doing. And then I'm going with the flow. That's one of the coolest things about doing creatures. You could just go with the flow.
Go with the flow.
And see what happens. Stop trying to perfect everything. Some of your worst designs come from trying to perfect it. Some of your best designs come when you're not thinking. Because typically, what you draw subconsciously when you don't think usually is better because you're not second guessing yourself. Now we're getting somewhere. See the shape starting to happen? Now I can put some exoskeleton on there.
Oh my god, sorry. My story's cooking. I just thought of something fucked up.
So just remember that. I'm going to take my pencil and I'm going to now give myself a very nice coating of graphite across the head. Right like that. Those of you new here, I like shading like this. If I do a minimum of 3 different directions, it usually will give me a good starting point, like a good coating of graphite. Keeping the pencil sharp is important. Keeping your hands away from the graphite is very important. Bobby, how do you draw without getting smudges everywhere? Well, I don't smudge it. I know it's kind of cheeky, but just keep your hand away from it. That's all you got to do. If you're right-handed, start drawing from the left of the top and move your way down diagonally. If you're left-handed, do the opposite. Down. Putting your palm over your drawing and sliding your palm around trying to draw stuff. Like this.
That's true. That's
Use
true.
your pinky as an anchor point.
That's fair. Do you know the criminality? That's a word. Criminality of when I used to draw, and the whole side of my hand was fucking black because I used to smudge it across my paper. Oh my goodness. Amateur hour. Amateur hour.
Move your arm. Don't move your wrist. You move your arm. The only time you should move your wrist is when you're putting in finite details and you have to. But even then, my wrist is moving a lot. Alright? Easier said than done, I know, because you have to remember to do it mentally and physically during the drawing. But you'll get there. You'll get there. It'll become second nature. Alright. Let's do this. These strange arms here, I'm going to put some really cool little elbows, I guess, maybe some stretched skin. And then, instead of these normal hands that are typically in the creatures, why don't we do something really weird? How about these hands split like this, and maybe there's like 2 smaller appendages up here with fingers, and then you got the knuckles up here, and then you got the huge set of carpal bones and tendons. Okay, and then that thing, put the padding of the toes on there. This thing on the side, maybe it's a gripper on the side, or you just got
a gripper,
retractable claw like a velociraptor, and say, hey, the hell with it, let's put that in.
A gripper. He's got grippers.
My creature, right? Okay. And the other thing about designing creatures is just have fun with it, guys. Seriously, you're not drawing this for anybody. That's why I always say that if you have a sketchbook, stop treating it like you have to prove it to somebody else.
True. I currently have about 3 sketchbooks.
Don't worry about what goes in your sketchbook.
None of them are in use right now because I've been saving them for the perfect moment, and that perfect moment will never come. So I need to start using them.
The amount of concept art from big game studios from their artists, you would be like, wait, who drew that? Because it's awful. And why is it awful? Because we all have to go through that design phase. Man, I got so many bad drawings in my sketchbook that I deem are bad. It's just like, there's no way that these scribbles would amount to anything. But you got to get through the bad in order to get to the good. That's why you have an art director. Okay? There's going to sift through that. Okay. Well, yeah, that's kind of a cool head there. I'm not too happy with the shoulder, so let's see. If the brachialis muscle is right there, maybe the forearm is underneath that stretched skin. There you go. You see how my pencil's just kind of flowing around there. I'll do an oval here to show you the wrist. There's the elbow here. There's the shoulder here. All right, like I said, man, it's Lovecraftian, so anything goes in this horrific looking thing. All right, I think I'm going to darken the actual ground here just to show you guys where the creature's standing. All right, I'm going to darken the toenails, put a little shine on there, so I'm going to leave the reflection inside using the paper. There you go. See that little slit right there? You can just do it again here, but don't do the same thing, so just give a little bit of different pattern inside there. And then you take your pencil and then you give it a nice coating across everything. And then you fade it up into the arm, and all of a sudden you start to see depth happening. It's really cool. Alright, let's get weird. Okay, you got these strange arms coming out. Ooh. Okay, you got this little joint here. Maybe there's another joint here. And that, hey guys, that's just the middle arm. I think now it has like 6 legs. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on.
6 legs, let's go.
It's going at the same time. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna draw that other hand on this side. Let's spread out the fingers a little differently to add some variety. Maybe. Here's where I'm using my wrist. See, I'm just kind of moving it like this. I'm just gonna put some shading in between those fingers here.
Yeah.
Less light's getting down there. There we go. Now we're talking. That's fun. Alright, so the face. See, the face is going to be the selling point. So whenever you do a creature, you want to sell the face more than anything. Unless there's a functional feature on the body that's so crazy that you have to show that part of the body more than the face. Alright, I just had a crazy idea and I don't know if this is going to work. Why don't we make this pretty majestic, and I'll put like a big headdress up here. Not a headdress, but ooh, man, it's almost regal. Like, you don't want to mess with this thing, whatever planet it's from, because it probably guards a city or something. There we go. Okay, so I think what I have. Oh yeah, establish that center line, because there's the back of the head.
Yeah.
I have to honor that head on the other side here. So this is where it can get kind of tricky. So the head, if you were to lay a pencil down, it's not straight like this. The head is kind of leaning down, like the creature's looking, cocking its head to the side, kind of like dogs do when they're interested. So that means that you have to be in perspective this way.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure that, well, each point you're going to duplicate on the other side, but you're going to tilt it. Alright, and a way to do that is, if you look at the center line that I drew here on the head, just put a dot there. And then, look at the way the head's tilted. Do a 90-degree angle based on the tilt of the head, and do a straight line going up. Like this. And then after you do that, then you can make sure you keep it at 90 degrees and just kind of do your perspective lines going across there. So now you know where the stuff is on the other side. Alright. Now it's a big headdress here. Okay, so I know that this point is going to be on this line somewhere on the other side. Okay, so I want to make sure that everything is equidistant. It's slightly not. Okay, because the head is showing more of its left side than the right side. So that means that everything on its right side is a little bit foreshortened. Just ever so slightly. And that little slight foreshortening is going to help the believability of it. So it's like almost equidistant, but not quite. So now, okay, another line that I'm going to use by going across, and you'll be able to see this when I'm going to have to zoom out to show you everything here, but I'll do that in a little bit. All right, so I know that based on these perspective lines, I can now just curl this here can honor my original angle of that first horn. There we go. And I can always adjust as I go later. But there you go. That's how you would do it. Because a lot of, you know, and I used to do the same thing where I didn't tilt the head correctly and it sucked. Okay. This body, man. Why don't we make it very strange, huh? I mean, this thing already is weird. Why don't we just make it even weirder? Like the shoulder can come out here.
Ooh,
Yeah.
this thing is big, dude. That's a big
So I'm
beast.
going to darken up that, I guess you can call it an antler. Antler like that. Alright, well, I'm starting to get the body in. That's a
That
very
looks so
important
cool.
thing. Get the body in, you can feel a little bit better about what you're drawing.
So freaking cool.
Alright, so the elbow to this sucker, since this is the flat ground, the elbow to this sucker is going to be slightly bent. Look
Lower,
at the weight
yeah.
shift of the creature. So it's like everything, the creature is tilted a little bit. Like it wants to walk or it's just scoping out its surroundings. So that means that the elbow is going to be bent out this way.
Yeah.
I want to put some energy into this. So that means that maybe it's dipping its elbow a little bit. All right, this strange side finger is going to show up over here, but it's not going to show up the same way. So maybe it's bent a little bit. And see that claw? Maybe the claw is bent inwards a little bit here so we can actually see it bent.
Oh god, it's so
Now, this
fucking
thing
cool,
isn't
sorry.
from Earth. We don't know how the gravity is.
True. That's true, that's true. He
This
could be
knee
flying.
is very strange knee popping out. What I'm going to do, I'm not going to dip it here. I'm actually going to bend it upwards as if it's relaxing on that leg, but it's trying to move its shoulder. Kind of like wolves or werewolves. You see it in movies where they plant those back legs and then they dip their shoulders and their abdomens and they try to move with the arms. So that means probably going to be off the page actually. Okay, so here's the
Hell yeah. Yeah, this is so cool. Sorry, I need to get focused.
We're still going to suck in that leg a little bit. There we go. So now that you can see the power, I mean, look at the outline that I'm giving this creature, okay? It's giving me a good starting point so that I don't have to figure everything out as I go later on. And that there's a fine line between just inventing a creature just to invent a creature and also having an outline of a previously drawn creature and then adding details to it. So it's kind of like you're still making it up as you go, but you still have a guideline. Okay, now I want to focus on this head because I'm really intrigued by what I drew here, and I didn't know how it was going to turn out, but it just so happens that I'm pretty happy with the shapes. Some things will change a little bit, but I have to be careful of that perspective. So my previous video, if I want to check that out, where I teach you guys how to draw a car, so check that video out. I tell everybody that when you draw in perspective and you flip it on that other side, you got to be careful about how things are turned and how you skew it and shrink it. Okay, all of this stuff is viewed as if it's already stretched out to the farthest that it can be based on the creature's bone structure. On this side, it's going to be slightly skinnier. Alright, so that means that this angle coming out here with this weird shape, if I do the same thing over here, it's going to be slightly sucked in a little bit and flattened to that little hole. Okay, so you got to be careful. The second thing, sit over your drawing. I'm sitting over it. I'm not tilting my head, not doing anything like that. There we go. Okay, and now I'm going to add in that other tentacle. I'm just going to slightly go down here at an angle. I'm just going to walk myself over here. And I'm not going to draw the tentacle the same as I did the
Sorry,
other.
guys.
You don't want to be monotonous with your stuff. Right, when you're drawing these things, tentacles go everywhere. As my good friend Dave Melvin, who's an awesome creature designer, he always said that it's good to add a little bit of chaos in your sketches. Because it just looks more natural.
Yeah.
Think about a jellyfish. Think about an octopus. Think about those tentacles that come off of it. Not one tentacle is floating or moving the same as the other. So imagine a creature from another dimension with these crazy tentacles coming out, and you know they're moving in all kinds of directions. You know, like this one's flowing down here. What if this one was going up? Maybe it has to use those as sensors. Like, I don't know. Okay. Let's put some more detail in this face. I'm going to show you firsthand, because I haven't done this in a while. I'm going to show you how I use graphite and black prism color together. I'm going to tell you why. Let's put a very, very nice coating of graphite across this again. Look, everybody. Look how far away my fingers are from it. I'm not going like this. Do that. Instead, put a nice coating down.
No need to call me out,
Like,
dude.
so when you
Rude.
go over the second pass from your previous one, don't push harder. The graphite layers itself, okay? Yes, it's not going to be darker right now. You can always
Just
add the darkness in
gradual.
later by pushing harder for a second pass at layering, okay? Like I said, when you get to like the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hour sketches, you're going to probably give a pass of maybe 8 to 10 strokes. Or I'm sorry, passes of shading. Okay, here we go. So this is good. This is probably like 4 passes for the graphite. You can see the different tone versus right on the side of it. So this is the cream color of the moleskin. Now I'm going to take a nicely sharpened black prism color. Not the very thins. It's not a graphite pencil. It is the straight up black colored pencil that comes with the set. You can actually buy these separately. If you guys are interested in buying the exact tools I'm using right now, there are links directly on the video. So you can just look at the screen. You can see my store. You can purchase these in like Faber-Castell pencils, and then black prism color and moleskin sketch pad. All right, here we go. Not pushing hard. Remember, I use this because this is wax. That's graphite. If you don't want to smear the graphite, you mix the wax on top of it. That helps it not smear. Especially if your sketchbook is several months or even years old, you open and close the sketchbook. You ever notice that? It happens to me. Like, you'll have a sketchbook that's 7 years old, and you're just like, man, I really like that drawing. Should have kept it clean. And I didn't put graphite on it. Or, black prism color. Now you're going to start to see a whole different ball game happening. And to prove this, I'm going to zoom in so you can actually see what I'm doing.
Yay!
Oh, that's the wrong way.
No!
Check this out, guys. Look at that new texture happening. Watch this pencil go across this page. Just follow that line. Watch as I go into this area.
Mm.
Look at that. You see that roughness happening in there? Beautiful.
Mm-hmm,
But you got to be sure. I mean, look how far back I'm holding it on the actual tip of the pencil. That's the key to it, okay? Now, the further up you hold your tool, the more finite details you're going to get within that drawing. Always remember that. Now, that's not to suggest that you can't draw like this. No. Hey, remember a couple months ago, somebody in the comments told me I drew like a 5-year-old. I don't know what that means, but cool, man. All right, so we're going to turn this, and we're going to hit this in a different direction. Let's go
So
again.
he's using a black
I'm not pushing
pencil
hard.
now. I'm assuming
Look
he was
at the
talking about something about
smoothness
smudging his
happening now.
pictures. Is it because it's like kind of waxy? It creates a coat that
Now,
protects
I'm
the
committed.
graphite.
You have to commit, which means when, like, if you ever looked at your drawings and you find a place where you stopped shading and then you picked it back up to continue, that picking back up point happened to be darker than the other point, and you have that weird darkness, like the blotch. It helps if you just commit the whole direction, going all the way up. Okay? So that means that I'm going to turn this the other way, and I'm going to do it one more time going this direction. All right, so I'm just going to do this. Very light. now look how smooth that looks. And look at that texture you get for it. Okay, so let's zoom out. I'm going to show you what I mean. Check that out. Look at that really cool. It almost looks like you took your finger
and just went boop.
And you went, or you had some graphite powder and you kind of spread it around there. Okay, I'm going to take my pencil again.
Ah, yeah.
And I'm going to go over that. So by the time I'm done with just the head, it probably has almost 10 different passes of a mixture of...
Sorry, I'm like getting more invested in the picture than I am my own fucking writing. Hold on. I need to get back to writing. I think I'm getting somewhere with my story too. I'm trying to incorporate so many things. It's a bit convoluted, but I think I'm getting there.
Is it helps fill in the gaps because of the roughness of the black Prismacolor. Alright, so let's zoom in here again so you can actually see. So, the black Prismacolor sits differently than graphite. Graphite is skinnier, like every single speck that is detached from the graphite pencil. It fills in the grooves of the paper differently than wax. So you have to go back over it and get a tighter fill in for the graphite. So by now, you got a super smooth section to work with. Now, here's the thing where you got to make a choice. When it comes to a fully finished creature, you can make most of it with the black Prismacolor, or you can use the black Prismacolor sparingly and devote 85-90% of the drawing to just be graphite, and then have the black Prismacolor be the darks, like parts of the parts of the creature where there's no light source, like holes in it, there's porous openings, there's exoskeletons. Maybe you're drawing bones and there's an eye socket that's really, really black. Okay, there's that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the head mostly black Prismacolor. I'm just going to kind of edge this area off a little bit. Okay, look at the power of the black Prismacolor. See in here where the head splits apart? Watch this. Boom. And then you just fade it off. Look how dark that gets. Now you can do that with a pencil. It's fine. Like if you have an HB pencil or a 6B, if you're getting anywhere past 5B, you might as well just use charcoal. So, okay, once we have this, I'm just going to start putting in some details here.
I think I have a HB pencil. That's what I usually sketch with, but because of my shitty hand positioning, HB is actually, like you said, dark. I used to smudge that bitch so much. I do have a smudge stick, actually, and I have charcoal. I have a lot of art supplies that I just don't use.
Do you see the difference between this shaded area and that shadow, how they meet right there? You can either keep that there as a ridge, or you can fade it in. If you want to fade it in, you use tiny circles. Now, why do you use tiny circles and don't go straight across like this? It's because when you use a circle and you start to shade, when you go back around on the circle movement, it fills in the gaps that you previously missed. If you were to do straight across strokes like this, you're going to have streaks. And then you're probably going to accidentally have a darker mark, and you're going to screw it up again. You're going to have to keep going back over it, and then you get your eraser and you screw your picture up.
Yeah.
So that's what happens. All right, so down here I'm pretty confident about the shape, so I don't have to worry about any of the markings that I put down. So this is where I walk the shadow up like this. See, like down here it's going to be darker, so I probably want to darken the teeth too.
I'm getting distracted.
Really, really gross. Okay, so let's do some more of the actual heads. Let's zoom out here a little bit. I'm going to do more of the head. Alright, and then just to kind of show where things might go. There we go. See how I'm just kind of walking the pencil over? That's fine.
Ah! Hi, Buck! Hanging out a bit before work? Yeah, welcome! Have a good time hanging out. We're just watching some drawings while being productive. I'm working on my writing.
This drawing is going to be a little longer than normal. And so right here, I'm just going to kind of walk you through all the little details that I'm doing. And then I will tell you when we're about to jump into some time lapse here, so you can watch as time goes by and just relax and, you know, draw along with me. You don't have to draw as fast as it's going to be, but you're already getting the gist of how I create these things. And then later on, once the time lapse winds down, we'll go back into normal mode, and I'm going to show you how I put some finishing touches on it and tie up loose ends so you can really see what's going on. Alright, so without further ado, let's jump into some time lapse, and you're going to see this thing form into something that you don't want to meet in an alley. Alright, let's go.
Making coffee? Nice. Look at that beast. Oh my god. Oh, it's so cool. Oh my god. I'm obsessed. I'm getting so distracted. Ah. I'm smelling all the Dozie's cooking. It smells good. Thanks. I love how we both just be cooking. Well, I'm currently like... I'm having a really hard time. I'm sure I'll figure it out as I'm writing, but... one of the characters is like... The main character doesn't like one of the characters, but she doesn't like her because she reminds her of someone else. This character is trying to bond with the main character and find similarity in friendship, but the main character doesn't want a bar of it. And I'm trying to find ways to draw a reference from book 1 to hopefully help the reader get what I'm trying to put down. But then also trying to find a way for the main character to slowly warm up to the idea of things, but I'm just trying to make these chapters not feel so boring. They have to have, not boring, but I don't know, I'm hitting a bit of a wall of how I want this story to go, especially because I need to like think about how I want these plot points to go. I'm really not the type to make stuff up. I need structure. Because there's like there's this side quest we have to go on. Like they have to go on it. I can't avoid it, but I don't have an idea. I have no clue about this side quest. Like I just don't know where it's supposed to lead us. Oh my god.
back. First of all,
He
thank you
scared the
so
shit out of
much.
me.
Time-lapse.
I was like, who the fuck's talking to me?
Those of you listening right now, I have so many creature
Ah,
videos that I'm going to
fucking
post
hell.
over the next several months. I mean, we're talking well into late spring, early summer, and beyond, where I'm going to time-lapse the entire 6 to 10 hour process. Put some cool music on, just draw some really freaky stuff. Now, most of the time when I draw these creatures for you guys, it's just a simple stance. So you notice the ground plane is right here. You know, it's like a hulking mass, and it's directly face forward like this. It's just for easy viewing. There's going to be some more complex stuff. You know, if you like what you've seen so far and you're learning, I do encourage you to like and subscribe and comment. I love reading the comments. I can't get through them all because I'm starting to get a lot now, which is probably a good problem to have. It does help the algorithm, but it's also a good problem to have. It just means that you're engaged, and you know, it really motivates me to keep going too. Because I love teaching, and I love the way or the direction that the channel's going on YouTube. There's a lot of really cool stuff that's about to happen, and I can't really say yet. Right now, I'm focusing on all of the elements of the creature that are directly in front of us. So there will be some atmospheric perspective coming in, specifically with tentacles. We can't go Lovecraftian without tentacles, folks.
Of
Okay,
course,
just
of
nasty
course.
tentacles. Now, all of this stuff is going to stay relatively loose. And here, let me zoom out so you can actually see what the head looks like. So this is the headdress. This is what it looks like up here. Maybe when I start shading the tip up here, I'll zoom out, but I still want to do some work down here before I, get that going. All right, so let's zoom back in halfway.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going there.
Let's get
So
going.
in here, I don't really need to show too much detail, but I do want to show some outline of some tentacles that could be coming your way. Now, as I mentioned before, one of the coolest aspects that you can put to your creature sketches is chaos. Chaos is the ability to show movement and unpredictability within your creations. It's hard. I know. We have these specific images in our head of what we want to do, based on other images from other artists that they've done. And what that means is their stances, the armor they have, the weapons, the guns they're holding, all that stuff. It's up to you to do your own concept artists, because you are an idea factory. You need to do stuff that nobody's ever seen before. The problem with that is that it's hard to invent things that we haven't seen. Now, you can take things that has been done before.
Hi, Uriel. I came in and was like, damn, Dozy has some manly hands these days.
Kind of a polarizing subject, but
I wish I wish I could draw this good. Maybe I do have
I'm
manly
not
hands.
really
Who
trying to
knows?
go on a little side lane here, but I feel like I need to address this now that the subject has come up. Fan art is cool if you do something new with it. But at the same time, you don't really learn anything by doing fan art, because you're just doing art that somebody else has done. And if you're a freelancer wanting to get work, the chances of actually finding work based on fan art are very, very slim to none. Yes, there are companies out there that want to do fan art, but at the same time, why would they hire you when they can just hire the original artist? So unless you're doing it better than them, there's no point in putting it in your portfolio. It doesn't help you. Instead, do some crazy stuff. Crazy, even if it fails. Okay, it's better to try and fail than not to try at all and wonder if it was going to work. Okay? Now, there's going to be some mist that I'm going to put in here. So I kept some of the parts of the tentacle light. Notice how the line construction was not outlined perfectly coming up this way. That's because I'm going to take my pencil and I'm going to fade off some graphite into the mist. I'm going to turn it into mist, and then I'm going to go in a different direction to make it as smooth as possible. Go this way, and I'm going to cut across the tentacle, and voila, it looks like it's breaking the plane with some kind of misty cloud coming through. Alright, and this tentacle is going to be closer to this one, so guess what? This is going to get a darker treatment. So I'm just going to darken this tip, walk the strokes backwards, this, and all I'm doing is I'm doing the thick to thin lines like this.
I've seen your hands. They
Here,
went
so
that manly.
thin,
What?
thin,
You think
to
when
get
you
used to that mechanical movement with your hand-eye
You'll see my manly hands on Christmas Day when I do my Pokemon card opening.
Alright. And we don't need to get super detailed about this section. Look, foreground, middle ground, background. Middle ground gets a little bit of love, but not much, because you don't need to. I'm not selling you the tentacles, I'm selling you the face. You don't get excited about the tentacles, you get excited about the face.
I mean, some people
what kind of
do.
creature has that face and what they're packing. And in this case, it looks like some pretty deadly tentacles. And like I mentioned before, there might be some little suckers on there. I don't know, some kind of octopi suckers. Maybe you can put that on the side there. I can put 400 on it. I don't really want to do that. Maybe there's some up here, like little suction cups that by turning the tentacle this way, you start to see more of them, and then it starts to wrap around. You know, you can have a lot of fun with this stuff, man. Okay, so a really important part of this particular creature is what's happening under the belly. Okay, now I'm going to show you a little trick. Have you guys ever drawn anything and you're worried about sketching over what you previously shaded?
Streamer, I talk more, but I don't want you to fall in love with me.
So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take...
Look, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. Talk all you like. How you been anyway? I've been okay. Yeah. I had a rough weekend, I'm not gonna lie. Bad, like, mental health weekend, but I always just get bad mental health moments in any type of holiday. Well, Christmas and my birthday, I always just end up feeling not the greatest, and this weekend past, was just one of those weekends, but I'm slowly getting back into a better mindset. I'm slowly feeling a touch bit better, so... I swear I thought you were about to make a threat, like, you'll see these hands when you start catching them or something. No, you'll see my hands in the Pokemon card opening stream. You'll see these hands when I hand you a flower. Teehee.
The better your foundations are, the better your work's going to be. And of course, you also learn as you go. It's like, yeah, you might be an awesome artist and get hired into a job, but your skills usually don't really skyrocket until after you start the job. Because then you really start to learn. So you see this kind of misty effect under here. So for the third time, I just watched a movie last night. Comment below if you like it, if you don't like it, or you have no idea what I'm talking about. But
Okay.
The Outwaters.
Nope, I have no idea, sir. No idea. I need to get back onto my book,
Say
sorry.
what you want about found footage. I love them if they're done correctly. There are many bad ones, but there are also good ones. Speaking of found footage, I'm going to show you what a dork I am. Look at this. That's a list of all of the found footage movies I've seen.
I love found footage.
Like, oh, I've seen that, I've seen that, I've seen that, and I just got done watching Deadware. That was okay. But anyway, back to being
Glad to sit here, yeah.
Lovecraftian dork. I don't even know where my page is here. Oh, wait, I think I passed it. Oh, there's my car. Oh, there we go. Okay, anyway. You know what? I can just leave it zoomed out
Yeah,
here.
I'm doing better.
And then I'll just start putting in some values. I'm layering, and I'm trying to be patient.
I can't wait to start drawing. Oh my god!
This particular part of the body. Because I need to show depth where the belly is, because I feel like the back of the page is a little too bare. Okay, and there's going to be stuff going on within the face, and mind you, the face, that does wrap around. Way underneath, I mean, this thing does have a neck. I don't know what it looks like, but we're going to leave it up to you to decide what it looks like. Remember, this thing's traveling through atmosphere. It lives in a physical place. Okay, so we need to prove that it lives in a physical place. We can't just tell, we need to prove it. We need to show it. Okay, so that means that, oh, look at this. Now I can zoom in and show you what I'm talking about. Oh, actually, I'm going to zoom in even farther because I'm focusing on the head. And I know many of you ask, Bobby, can you please zoom in more? I'm like, yes, okay, I'll zoom in.
Okay, Bobby. Bobby.
And you see that value that's happening under there. It's like
Yes,
walking
Bobby.
through smoke. The tentacles are going to need to be darker.
Yes, Bobby.
The great thing about this method is that once you lay down that foundation, everything falls into place. I have this
Yes,
dark tentacle
Bobby.
in the front. We know that that is closest to us. Okay, and then this one is even closer. So guess what I have to do? See, this is how I check my stuff. I gotta make this even darker. So I gotta
Check
push harder, that
yourself.
black Prismacolor.
Check yourself.
And I'm gonna walk that up like this, and I'm just gonna kind of fade it into that misty smoke, that horrible atmosphere that it lives in, like this. I don't want to leave these suction cups outlined because it doesn't look right. This is me being technical now, so I'm going to fill that in. The reason I just switched to my graphite pencil and I didn't do it with my Prismacolor is because it's such a small area that the graphite fills in the grooves of the paper better than the black Prismacolor. I already have enough texture on there. Now I want to really get in there. This is also the importance of keeping it sharp. Look how sharp that is. You haven't
So
seen me draw
sharp.
the dull pencil this entire time.
No, sir.
Okay? So
No,
I'm
sir,
gonna
no,
keep it
sir.
that way, and I'm actually going to give it a
Thank
nice
you,
little
Bobby. Thank you for teaching us,
darker
Bobby.
outline.
He is truly the
I
new
don't
Bob
wanna
Ross.
be
His name is
cartoony with
Bob.
it.
Super,
So I'm
you
going
were
to do
right.
small
He's the
little
modern day
circles, and
Bob
I'm going to
Ross.
Fade the line back up into the shape
Love
of
you,
the
Bobby.
suckers
Alright.
of the suckers. This still isn't right. So I'm going to put that little core shadow on there because technically this is a tube. It's like a cylinder, you know? Okay. Now this part, I'm just starting to piece together things that may be under shadow. Okay. I'm going to indicate what's going on that neck. So I'm going to put in some value here, turn the pencil, put in some more value here, and I love hinting at things that exist without actually showing you what they are. Okay, so we know that the deltoid muscle is pretty banging, okay?
Yes,
But I don't
banging.
need to prove that.
Bobby, Billy
It's up
Bob's
to you to
brother?
decide
Who's
what's
Billy
going on.
Bob?
But in here, there's probably going to be large wrinkles because of the shoulder being pressed up against the head, with the neck. Maybe it doesn't have a big neck. And I'm starting to see other areas where I can bring some faint tentacles showing in the distance here. Now look at all the depth that's happening. Okay, this thing looks like it's deep. It's not just a flat 2D image anymore. This sucker lives, it breathes. It will probably bite your head off. Okay, this little area down here could probably be worked out some more. So what I'll do is I'll actually bring very lightly. Like, look how far back I'm holding the pencil. Pretty far back. And my pinky is sliding against the image away from the graphite so I don't smear anything. And I'm taking this hand and I'm holding the paper down so it doesn't bunch up and down and there's no wave. See how it moves? I'm very picky about this part of the process. And I'm going to go over everything. And I'm going to try to keep my strokes very close together. The closer together you keep your strokes, the better the shading is going to look. The lighter you hold it, the more control you have, believe it or not, because it will prevent you from pushing hard randomly. That's how you get some of the streaks in your drawings too. There we go. Okay, now, here's where it gets fun. Actually, the whole thing is fun. Right in this area, I'm liking it. Okay, so I'm trying to think of, okay, what do I have to sell? I'm selling the depth, I'm selling the face, I'm selling the musculature, and the overall bulk of the body. In here, I'm going to put the black Prismacolor over everything I just drew. And I'm going to walk it down, and each millimeter that I travel downward to release pressure.
You can already see it just getting so much darker. It looks amazing.
Look at that texture that happens here. So now we not only have cool shapes that are, you know, far in the distance. I'm going to put maybe some like little spikes here. These spikes have to be darker than the surrounding graphite, so it looks like it's coming off of the page. See how that happened? You just need to compare each stroke and your pressure to the surroundings. Okay, so if something looks a little too similar, then you have not done enough work for the shading and the values around it. All right, so here I can probably get a little darker. Inside this area, there's not much light happening, but there could also be bounce light. Okay, we don't know what kind of settings that this thing lives in. So, I'm not going to go too much detail with the entire body, because that is going to be up to you and your imagination. Right? There's much more power and suggestion than there is in final designs, most of the time. And to elaborate on why I think that, it's because think about all the movies out there that were unsuccessful when they got converted to, or think about all the books out there that were awesome, and then all of a sudden the movies were unsuccessful when they were converted to it. And I know I've mentioned this before. It's because you want to treat your drawing like you're reading a book. Right? If you guys are listening to this and you're worried about your stuff not looking realistic, don't worry about it. It doesn't need to look realistic until the design is good. Okay, but if you leave specific parts loose, like I have with pretty much the entire body past its neck, the thousands of people that are going to view this video, you all are going to see something different back there. Is that a wing? Are there 10 more legs back there? Is there another mouth? And that's the beauty of suggestion. Okay, because if you have a sketchbook full of thumbnails and you show it to a group of people, everybody's going to see something different, and that's way more powerful. So this side of the head isn't as important.
That just looks so sick.
The tips of the tentacle over here, they are important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put slightly darker lines in there, and then I'm going to fade that off. This one's going to stay pretty light. I'm just going to keep it in an outline. All right. Now, this tentacle is not outlined, but here's where it gets pretty gnarly if you do it correctly. I'm going to fade off some atmosphere going this way. So I'm going to take my pencil and I'm just going to commit to it, and I'm just going to move it this way, and I'm going to tilt it this way, and I'm going to move it again. Now, this tentacle right here and the graphite that I'm putting down here are pretty much going to be the same thing. Watch what happens. And I'm going to move it right over top of that, and I'm going to fade it up like this. I'm going to turn it again, and I'm going to fade it again. Now, why am I doing this? Because it's all a play on the values. I need to convince you that this thing is moving through a physical space. So then, what happens is, I look at all the surrounding values that I'm working with. So let's zoom in again so I can show you exactly what I mean.
And it kind of blends into the atmosphere.
Pretty much lost the edge. Good, because you don't need it. This tentacle does have an edge. So by showing this edge, you already know what that one looks like. See, there's that power of interpretation again. So now, I'm going to make this darker. Why? Because I want to show more of this. It's happening closer to us. Now this dark line right here, I need to get rid of that. I don't like that. So I'm just going to add some more darkness. And I'm going to fade that line off. Now watch what happens. I'm going to do little circles. I'm going to walk that line outwards like this. I'm going to keep that same pressure. And then I'm going to fade that off by little circles into that area that I did not finish on purpose. Voila. Now, I'm going to go a slightly different direction. I'm going to walk up some more mist here. And I'm just going to kind of bring it above it. Okay, maybe bring some of this in here. So now you're starting to see the power of atmosphere. Plus, it's Lovecraftian. I mean, this universe that H.P. Lovecraft created with all his work, it's pretty disgusting, and it's awesome, and it's fantastic. And it's
Just letting you all know I'm at chapter 20. Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm just gonna stay as Edward. We're Edward for today. for the rest of the day.
So like out here, I'm gonna need
Surprise!
I'm not gonna put a lot of work on these arms, but I'll put enough in here to show you that this is a little closer than what the mid legs are, like this. And then over here, I'm gonna do the same thing. Okay, so I want to put some darkness over here. I'm not gonna go over the scales that I drew, because I want those to be a lighter value. I want those to poke out. There we go. Alright, so let's zoom out. Let's see what we got. Alright, there we go.
Oh my god, it looks so good.
I really hope you liked today's drawing.
Oh, it's
Don't
over.
miss good stuff. Just like and subscribe, comment. Tell me about your day. Tell me about your art
Wow.
education. Tell me about your journeys, your struggles, triumphs. And
Sir, you
I'll
are
see you in the next
incredible. You are incredible. Holy moly, guys. I am just blown away. Absolutely blown away. I'm so glad we found him. I was having so much fun watching him while writing. I didn't get as much as I wanted done because I was a little too obsessed with watching him. So I said I wanted 10 chapters and we only did 5. But what I created was really, really good. We are currently I'm about to be at chapter 20. So I'm gonna say at the moment it's chapter 20. It could change, but I'm honestly gonna say that we're about a quarter of the way. This is gonna be a big book, like much bigger than book 1. Much bigger than book 1. And I don't even think we're going to be able to hit the conclusion I was hoping for at the rate that this book is going. So there may be a book 3, which not mad about, but I was really excited for a duology. So I'll see what comes up. It'll probably change as I write. I might end up condensing things down, putting things into one chapter instead of 2. But I did do a we did kind of finally bring in some backstory to the antagonist. The antagonist's backstory and whereabouts and knowledge of why she is the way she is, who she is, where she came from, why she's in the area that she's in is very unknown. It's very unknown and isn't really touched on in book 1 because, to be honest, I didn't even know. I didn't really know either why she was there, but I just knew in my heart it was right for the story. And now we have a reason. I have created something pretty interesting that I really like, and things are starting to get interesting. I'm actually really keen. I am going to end stream here. Writing was a success. I'm going to go on to some drawing because that man has highly inspired me, and I'm going to watch my Sasquatch video. We're going to watch our video on the freaking Sasquatch. It was a documentary. 1 hour Sasquatch documentary. I'm so excited. I fucking love it. I'm gonna watch a Sasquatch documentary, and I'm gonna draw my freaking creatures and have a good time, and very, very fun. Thank you guys so much for being here as always, though. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who was able to stop by. I know today was a little different, but it was a lot of fun. I needed a bit of a lower energy stream as, like I said earlier, this week is gonna be really busy. Tomorrow I am going to be at my grandparents' helping prepare stuff for Christmas. I need to wash their dogs, and then I need to go out and get some things that I purchased. And then Christmas Eve, the day after that, I have our 12-hour stream. Then Christmas Day, we are doing our Throne gift opening stream and Pokemon card opening stream. So if you want to see me open literally 800 Pokemon cards, check out that stream because I'm going to be live for a while, and we're going to be hopefully opening some really cool... I'm hoping we can get some goodies. I'm really hoping we get some cool cards. Honestly, they're all going to be cool to me because I don't know Pokemon at all, but I'm really excited. So we're going to be doing that, and then I believe I am taking 2 days off. And then we'll be doing a members only stream. Then we'll be doing a chit chat relaxing stream before our final stream of the year. Our final stream ever, actually, because I'll be graduating. I will no longer be streaming, which is so sad, but it is true. We will be doing our final stream, and I have put out, I have scheduled videos, I have scheduled streams. So the Christmas Eve stream, we're going to be finishing Puppy's Playtime Chapter 3. We're going to play some Minecraft, some Minecraft, some Sims 4, Terraria, some Monster Hunter. I wanted to play some games that I never got a chance to play on stream, so we're going to play a bunch of that. And then our final stream of the year, we're playing Silent Hill F. Our final stream of the year. I don't know how long that game is. Actually, let me Google it real quick. I don't know how long that game is, so there's a possibility we could play it all in one sitting. Silent Hill F playtime. 10 to 12 hours. I low-key could play the whole game in one stream. We might just end up playing the whole of Silent Hill F in one stream. 10 to 12 hours? That's pretty good. That's doable. I know it'll be my first time, though, and there's like, I'm sure there'll be things I'll have to fight and puzzles that will probably make it be more like a 15-hour stream, but I reckon we could probably play the whole game in one stream. That's pretty exciting. But yeah, that's what you guys have to look forward to. So if you want to hang out with me on Christmas, say your merries, say your goodbyes, say your Christmases, we can do that and hang out and have a good time. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and New Year's. So we have a lot of fun streams coming up. And always, again, I will reiterate that the memberships will still be active in the new year. So if you still want to stay a member and support me, you can. I will still be posting members-only content and monthly members streams. So there will still be content out there for people who still want to support me, because I know there are still people out there that do want to be members still, and it is also a really great way to keep up to date with me in regards to when I will be returning as my new model, which again, let me show you guys what we're cooking with as well on that one. I showed you guys the other day. We have some design updates. Oh gosh. This is what we're working with at the moment for the new COWFIE rebrand, who is no longer COWFIE. Not rebrand. COWFIE is non-existent. This is my return as a new creation. This is what we're working with, but we are changing the design. I already spoke to my artist, and there are a few features here that we're going to change up, but overall this is what we're working with. She as well has her veil, which isn't added yet, but she's gonna have this veil over her face, over her eyes, and over her dragon's eye. So a lot of cool designs happening there as well. Really excited. So if you want to keep up to date with all that information on my return, that'll probably be mentioned in members only streams and stuff like that. But I'm gonna stop talking. Thank you guys for being here. As always, I really do appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day / night wherever you are from, and I'll see you guys all in the next stream, which will be in 2 days, well, a day and a bit. So bye guys, bye. Thank you for being here.